right now on the road. Okay. Greg left early today. I have an office, so I could leave 30 minutes early, but Karl didn't realize he didn't have a ride home, and Karl couldn't leave early, so Karl's walking. And I sent him a message to see where he is on the road right now, and we can kind of go out and look and see if we can find a feed. Actually, was probably a pretty good Freudian slip there, but we'll see if we can find a stranded Viking on the way. Okay, let's see. I'm just logging into the chat now. I can see, wait, it didn't add up. There. I have to reload. 2 thumbs up, one of them is me. Live chat, there we go. I see Albert is here. It looks like he was first, at least the first one to mention anything. Robert Reynolds is here, all the way from Glasgow. Albert's in Norway, by the way. Audra's here. She says, hello from Lithuania, this time Vilnius. It's warm today, but stormy. Trees are falling down. We were at the crafts fair, but I managed to buy woven bands and brooches. Vilnius! I finally remembered to bring some of Audra's chocolate home, so today we'll open the Vilnius box, as you can see by the glare I haven't taken out of the plastic yet. So today, Audra, we're going to celebrate with you in Vilnius and try some of this wonderful chocolate. If I'm quick, I can have some before Karl gets here. Maybe eat the whole box. Dark chocolate assortment. 360 grams. The woman loves me. 12.7 ounces. Vilnius, which is the capital of Lithuania. And let's see what the package says here. It's hard to read through the phone. This one is milk cream. This one is cocoa cream, and toffee cream. Oh, toffee's going to be the best. And milk cream. All kinds of good fun things. And here's all the nutrient information that I don't need to know, because why fool myself? Cocoa from a frog, I'm sure of it. No, rainforest cocoa. They look yummy, and I love the old picture on it. So, okay, so I'm going to open this up. I'm going to need a knife. Oh my God, Carla, it's like she knows. She took a big dump somewhere right before I opened the box of chocolates. And I even had my tea ready for this, which is, by the way, a coffee-flavored tea. Decaffeinated, I don't know what I was thinking of. Toffee sounds like the best to me too, Karen. Okay, so Sandy knows. But yeah, no, Carla knew what she was doing. She took a big dump just now, and now it's like ruining my chocolate. But anyway, first, gotta drain the tea because it's too strong. Otherwise, even though it's decaf, but decaf is probably good. I was told by somebody today I talk fast because I had like 3 cups of cappuccino. Okay, then in the Osmond cup, because I remembered Audra's chocolate, but I forgot to bring Osmond's cups with me today, the glasses that he sent, so I will try to remember that for next week. And then, what to do with a needle binding needle? You can also use it to open plastic. Oh man, it stick Carla. That wasn't nice of you. I'm looking forward to going out and finding Karl on the road. See when he sends a picture of where he's at, though, because I don't want to be out there forever. It's about a 40-minute walk. Okay. Chocolate. Let's see. Move my tea out of the way. Yeah, we're going to go for the toffee one. That was the one decided. Toffee was the long one in the middle. Yum! They look like they've been waiting for me. Toffee. Yum, yum, yum. I like coffee-flavored chocolate, says Arlene. Yep, I agree with you completely. It's good. I'm thinking I don't need to share these with Karl. Screw them. They're really good. Emerald's here from Belgium. Belgium versus Lithuanian chocolates. Oh, he's so good. but they're sweet, so I definitely need coffee with them. And I have not eaten my dinner, and Carla ruined it by pooping. No, PJ also says I prefer coffee, chocolate. PJ says I prefer chocolate flavored chocolates. Yeah, okay, that works too. Is there really a wrong chocolate? Unless if they put jelly or berries, I don't like berries. Jelly or licorice, then they've ruined it. Otherwise, it's got to be good. Sandy says, laugh out loud. Long one in the middle, of course, would be the best. Speaking of a long one in the middle, I have a picture to show you. My kid had me make, I hope I transferred it to my computer. My kid had me make some plushies with her. They're very popular to do plushies out of this chenille. First had a hard time finding the yarn in Norway. Some yarn that would work. It's something that's a huge hit over in the United States, for example, but it's hard to find it here. But we did, and not only that, but we found it on sale. This is backwards, but oh well, yeah, it's backwards. Tractor Road. Okay, Carl's getting a little closer then. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll come out and look for you in about 10 minutes. Watch for cows. There's cows on that road. See if he gets licked. Okay, so let's see if I can find the picture. And I think I transferred. Oh, sure enough, I didn't. Damn it, I made the monkey, and I thought I transferred the picture to my phone, but it doesn't look like I... Oh, okay. So I took a long and a square photo, one for like, depending on which social media you use. And this is the doll I made. One thing I did not realize, okay, so the monkey doesn't have his eyes because I forgot the buttons with me, but I sent them with my kid so she can put them on there. I didn't the position of the tail when I took the photo. I probably should have had that tail hanging out off to the side or something. So this little monkey looks very anatomically correct. This was a pattern found on Etsy. It was a monkey in pajamas, I think it was. I didn't bother making the pajamas for it. And it didn't have a tail because that would have been inside the... like, yeah. No, true. It's true. I didn't mean to make him anatomically correct, but that is technically behind the monkey, not dangling between the legs. So there you go. Speaking of a long one in the middle, that's really good. Shame on you sick people. I can't unsee this now. Oh, Albert says his ring came yesterday. Super excited. Thank God I've got a keyboard protector, says Robert. You can't wait to post this to social media because you know what? It's with my kid now. I sent it home with her. This is taken at the train station. I can't retake the photo. So maybe I should submit a review. I thought it was really great. Figured it was missing something, so I thought I'd add a little of my own flair to it. This is the yarn I used, by the way, if you're wondering. Panduru is just a craft store, so this is their version of it. Wherever they got it from, I don't know. Soft velvet means it's a chenille. It's the 100-gram skein. I think it was on sale for about 30 kroner, which was a really good deal. Because I think this one only needed 1 and 1. So not even... I didn't use the full amount. I have plenty of it left. There is the details. Turn that back. There we go. So it was, I think it says 4.5 size hook. I think I used a size 4 crochet hook to get a little tighter gauge because it's stuffed. So I didn't want to risk it being too loose anyway. I might have used 4.5, but I think I used a size 4 crochet hook on this one. Were you really just careful about not pulling the yarn too hard? Yeah, I was, I swear. I have no idea how she's going to have to hand wash this sucker if she wants to. And then, of course, Panduru is based out of Malmö, Sweden, but we have them all over in Norway. You can see panduru.com. It's a hobby store in Norway, kind of like Norwegian's version of Hobby Lobby, but much, 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 much smaller. Anyway, so there you go. I even put his little bangs on and everything. But, yep, no, he looks... That's great. Nolvius is cute. Osman is here. He says, sorry for late. My net isn't working properly. Sorry. No, my net was working horrible last week, but now I actually have my phone on me. Osman, I forgot to bring the cups. I remembered to bring Audrey's chocolate, so now I'm having Audrey's chocolate with a cup of tea in this one, and I had so much stuff to remember today, and I forgot to bring his glasses. Osman sent some glasses. Some more of the drinking glasses, the one that we had with Thor, but with Freya, and I think Odin as well. And he had sent some big journals. Those are in the shop already, actually. He sent some shields to see, and a lot of bone runes. So if you were missing any bone runes in our store, he makes them. They're like real small, for either casting runes, reading runes, making a pendant out of it, or bind runes that you can just carry in your pocket for good luck or whatever. But those are all in the shop, and I'll remember to bring the glass next week. I promise. I promise. I will be good at this. But I also we ran to Oslo to see my mom. So it kind of short notice. I think we've got about 10 days notice or so. Not my mom's fault, but I knew she was coming with a cruise ship in the fall, but or in August sometime, but I forgot about it. Her cruise ship was here on Monday. So I sent my kids back home for school start on Monday. They sent them back on Saturday. And then on Sunday night, right after work, Karl and I went to go see a movie to kill some time, and then take a night in Voss, and then take a night train to Oslo. Just have to put my shoes on. Took a night train to Oslo. Got there at about 6:30 in the morning. Then met up with my former father-in-law and his wife, which let's just say it. They say in Norwegian, was it ekteskapet kan være midlertidig? If your marriage might be whatever, I can't remember how to say it exactly. Anyway, but your marriage might be temporary sometimes, or it might not have worked out, but the in-laws are forever. And I was very lucky with in-laws, so I still call him my father-in-law and his wife Jana. But it's not Karl's parents, it's my ex's parents. So went to meet them as well, and we got together and then met my mom's ship. I took some pictures. I think she arrived actually earlier than I thought, about 10:30. And then we spent the afternoon together. We went to the Munch Museum, to the cafe there, to go have some coffee, etc. And we were going to go in the Munch Museum, but oh my God, the line was from hell. And I hadn't been to the new Munch Museum. I haven't been to the one since it's moved downtown. It used to be up in town. And it looked like this big long line that they only let like maybe 5 people in at a time or something. I don't know what the hell, but it was like this big long snake out the building, and we're like, I don't need to see the paintings that bad. I did see them once before. My mom's been there, and she's seen it once before as well. So, but I guess there's more stricter rules now, and even the Scream, if you know that one. Even that one itself it's in like a specific location, and it has like a cover in front of it, according to my father-in-law, that it will open up, but it won't tell you when, and it'll only be open for a very short period of time, and then it will close again, and it won't tell you. It's all unplanned because of the increased level of people spraying things orange or throwing jelly at stuff or whatever. So and also I think that painting's been stolen at least twice. So anyway, but we didn't actually get to go through and see it, but I did take some pictures from my mom's trip. Let's see. We'll put that up here first. Okay, so we'll look at it this way. There's my mom's cruise ship coming in. We are actually watching this from the Opera Theater. Sorry, let me hold this a little bit more stable. There we go. In Oslo. So that's her boat. It is big. It's Princess Cruises, actually. That's the Sapphire. See, I have more pictures here. I have lots of pictures to show today. Here's Karl looking from the other direction. So the boat is over here in the Oslo Fjord. This is a whole new peninsula of land that wasn't actually used or there when I lived in Oslo. I lived in Oslo from 1997 to about 2001. Anyway, this whole, the building that we're standing on, the Opera House, is was new at the time, or was also built since then. But now they have this Ferris wheel. I'm not sure what the heck it is. It says opera on it. But maybe we're trying to do a London Eye thing, or maybe it's just temporary. I don't know. But that's the Munch Museum behind him. So imagine being up to the top of the Munch Museum, or the Ferris wheel there, and you can't see very far. Still better off in Holmenkollen, I think. Let's see, I see my screen is pretty delayed. There we have, this is the top, there's Osman, hello. This is from the top of the opera, and looking over, this is just some guy taking, I don't know, he's looking at it or whatever, but it kind of gives you an idea of perspective anyway as to how big my mom's cruise ship is that is coming over on just the other side of the little harbor here. And then there's this glass thing. This sculpture came into, and it was a little bit debatable at the time. I have to look it up and see what it is. You either loved it or you hated it. The Opera House was at the time amid a bunch of older buildings, and they wanted it to kind of blend in and be modern but not be an eyesore. So they made the Opera Hall look like an iceberg. I think I have a picture of that, or I can find one. Then they make this little sculpture, which is also supposed to be an iceberg, but a lot of people thought it just looked like a floating glass heap. So I don't know, you either like it or you love it. I'm not sure what you think, but maybe I can look it up and find out what the story is behind that. But I do remember it being much ado. This is the Oslo Fjord. Yep, almost looks like a ship actually, but it might be, but I thought it was supposed to be an iceberg. As it came in around the same, yeah, it does kind of look like a wreckage. Next to at least this building that we're on, but the building is supposed to look like a bit like an iceberg, and I suspect that one, which came very shortly after, was supposed to look like one as well. But yeah, a lot of Norwegians hate it. They think it's an eyesore. I have to say, at least it's not like a brightly colored eyesore. Then you have my mom's huge boat. You can almost see exactly what time it is on the big screen there. And this part always reminds me of Lamar, whatever his name is, from Star Trek, Geordie's eyeglasses. I don't know why, but so I always remember this boat because it has that big visor thing on the front. So at some point we're down here waiting for them. Cruise ship, floating city. Oh yeah, and this one can hold about 3,200 passengers, but this isn't the big one. This is one of the big ones, but there are two that are bigger, and they take 5,200 passengers. That we saw that one in Bergen. That thing was flipping huge. My mom said she prefers actually this size compared. Let's see if I can straighten out my camera a little bit here, because this one was much easier to deal with. There it is again, but you can see the older buildings here. This here, these brown buildings, if I zoom in, that is Akershus Festning. So if you ever go to the medieval festival in Oslo, it takes place there. The jousting and everything. But it's a really nice museum as well. Then you have this thing going out in front, sorry. This thing here with all these, last time I was here, these were wooden A-frames, but they hadn't turned it into anything yet, or at least not that I remember seeing it. But now it kind of looks like a junk heap because whatever they set it up for didn't pass a lot of codes, and it got shut down real quick. I think it was supposed to be an art place or something. I don't know. There was a restaurant there as well, but it got shut down because it didn't pass inspections. So right now they're dismantling it. That's why there's all these fencing and stuff around it. They're in the process of taking it apart, and they'll probably leave the structures, but I don't know what they'll do with them. But they were supposed to, I think, be kind of like Viking inspired with the A-frames. And then slightly over here, we have another one of the accordion ships. These are those, what I call ferry, and Karl calls, I don't know, express boat or something anyway. But this one will go along the Oslo Fjord to Drøbak and Nesodden and all those places. Let's see. I'm making this all weird sizes. There we go. Then I wonder if I did catch a picture from a different angle. I think I was taking a picture for my kid. Nope, I didn't. But we found a Viking ship. That was over by the Ferris wheel, but now at this point when I'm walking with my mom later, it was out on the water, and it looked kind of cool, but I don't know what this is, but apparently you can book excursions on this Viking ship. So that was kind of fun. I thought I had a picture of the opera. No, you know why I didn't? Because I can look it up. That's why. Let's see. Opera House. This is what the opera house looks like in Oslo. If I can zoom it in. Might be slow. Yep, no, a bit slow because I'm using internet. But here we are. This is where Karl and I were taking that picture up here on top of this part here. But you can see the whole thing is meant to look a bit like an iceberg. And they have little warning signs on there. It used to be like a haven for people who want to go skateboarding and biking. But it has all these, you can barely see it, but these little lines here that you see, kind of white lines, those are differences in elevation of the stonework. It'll kind of like have a little gap and it'll lift up a little bit to kind of give it an uneven surface. But if you're a skateboarder, that's on the whole thing, by the way. If you're a skateboarder, that's a flippin' dream, I guess. But if you don't watch where you're walking, the tiles or the stones are made to look like they continue, even though there is a gap there. And that does make it, you kind of got to be careful when you walk anyway, because you can trip over those, which we actually managed to do twice, but we didn't fall flat on our nose, which is good. But you do have these little paths that go up the side. You can see it better here, which is meant for wheelchairs or stairs if you want to walk up instead of taking a risk on this big open part. But yeah, there you can see what they had in mind anyway. It's supposed to, it's really cool. I like it. These buildings here that are over on the side, these much more modern ones, these came in also after the Opera Hall was built. So before it was a bunch of old buildings, but all these new ones came in the last 15, 20 years anyway. So now it's kind of in a modern world. You can see they're still building out because Oslo is so big that it's outgrown its size, so they have to build out into the fjord, believe it or not. And there you can see the Munch Museum kind of in the corner there. So we walked around and over to here and then had coffee over there, and then we walked back over. Then there's this thing. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I'm going to have to look it up anyway. There's another look at that ice sculpture-y thing, or it's glass. This is the inside of the Opera Hall. Best bathrooms in the world, and you don't have to pay to use them. But the way the architecture they did of this is really cool. The bathroom doors, you can't tell the difference between the door and the wall, so you just have to feel around until something opens. But it's very nice and spacious, a lot of use of wood. Fortress of Solitude. Yeah, the bathrooms are, at least. Anyway, and there's an angle where people are walking up, and I don't know if you can see maybe where it juts out a bit. Yeah, see, like they're sitting on them. They can jut out a little bit, or they can jut out a lot. But if you're not watching what you're doing and you're walking over this way, you just go right over it without realizing you took a step. There's the inside. I've never been in there, though. Quite cool. But all that woodwork is really nice. They wanted to use a lot of natural resources. Yeah. Anyhow, let's see what else I have. YouTube. I'm a little delayed on my... There was Karl and the Ferris wheel. Let's see, I showed that one. That one we showed. Oh, yeah. Found a statue of Max Manus. I'm like, hey, Karl. He was pretty short. Karl goes and has his picture taken with him, but all he really cares about is what kind of gun Max Manus is using. And he could probably tell you that. Whatever it was anyway, he was very proud about knowing that. And then there's a hop-on, hop-off bus with a Viking with horns on it in the background. So there's Karl in civilian clothing, if you're wondering what that looks like. And yes, Max Manus is very short. I took a couple of touristy photos just for fun. Here's the Munch Museum. Really good cafe, though. And then we went in the souvenir shop, and I'm really proud of the selection that we have at our souvenir shop in Viking Valley. Because we went to the souvenir shop in Munch Museum just to have a look around since it was so flippin' full in there. And then we went to the new library that was built across the street. I don't have a picture of that, but I'm sure there's one online. And they had a gift shop and looked through that, and it was like every single place that had a souvenir shop had the same flippin' thing, just with a different picture. But it's a picture of the Munch's work or something. And the library would have a picture of their building on their bag. And then they had magnets, same thing, notebooks, same thing. It was just t-shirts. It was just the same crap, different shop. So I'm really happy that our museum or our gift shop does not look like that. we have a lot of handcrafts and things. So it was very, ours are very different, which I like. So that was the boat. Then there's, did not take too many pictures. But this is one of my favorite ones. I didn't want to post a picture of my kids without saying. But here, there's a picture of the backside of my mom and one of my daughters walking down the road. And this is the first time they've seen each other actually in about 3 years, I think. Because they couldn't come to the United States the last time we were there. And they were in school when my mom's boat was here in Bergen in the spring. And Cecilia on the left there is very happy to announce that she is taller than my mother, who is 5 feet tall. So goals achieved. The next one is to try to be taller than me, but I think she's just a little bit shorter than me, or the same height. But it was really nice to witness both of them anyway, seeing each other for the first time in a while. So that was nice. Should we go out and see if we can find a tame Karl? I got enough battery on my phone now. And then I'll catch up a little bit on chat too as we go. Actually, I can check that real quick first. Got a million things open here. This was in Oslo, by the way. We're not usually there. We ended up taking a night train right back again in the evening. So it was just a quick 24-hour trip because we have to work, etc. But actually, it almost felt like we got away for an entire weekend or something. There was just no point renting a hotel or anything. It was easier to just take them because there was nothing else we were going to do there. And actually taking a night train with your own sleeping cabin is half the price of a hotel anyway. So we did that. Rodis says, I would hope the inside of the opera house would have had an iceberg theme. That would have been kind of cool. Now they stuck with natural materials anyway. Lindsay's here. She says, hey, could you write off any purchase of travel because you were researching souvenir shops in Oslo to compare to yours? I like the way you think. Maybe. I'll have to talk to my boss about it. We were just talking about the budget of things that we can do next year and offer, and each year we get to do a little bit more. Like I said, last year we had a budget finally where they could send me, for example, to England to take a course with Sally Pointer, and people, other employees, we could take classes and trips. And then this year we had a budget to bring them here, which will be, for example, the needle binding festival. We wanted, oh yeah, you didn't visit the history museum, says Albert. No, we were going to, but then we realized it was Monday. They are not open on Monday. My father-in-law forgot about that too, because they also had the bright idea of going and killing some time over at the Natural History Museum. So we missed it. Oh, sorry, but YouTube doesn't let me edit and submit. No, it's okay. There's more people here too. Oh, Carl's faster. I didn't even get to go outside and see him. He's here. Did you want a beer, or is this going to be a licorice day for you? No, it's going to be a beer day. It's going to be a beer day. I picked the strongest thing I can find. The strongest thing you can find? Okay. The cat waited until I opened the box of chocolates to poop. Of course. So watch where you step, because I don't know if she made it into her target or not. Anyway, okay, so Carl's here. I'll take you outside and we'll show you what it looks like outside anyway. Because I promised. I just have to move Karl out of the way. Oh, no, she actually hid it in the toilet this time. I will save you what that looks like. Let's see. There, we're having lots of sun. It was a good day today, sun-wise. There was a little bit of rain in the morning, but otherwise, sun. Let's see. Oh, going the wrong way with the gimbal here. There. I was going to try to turn it, but it didn't want to turn. No, the little waterfalls over there have dried up now, but there's still, of course, the big one straight ahead. It's looking really thin, but it's actually not. That's not the big one. I mean, the Shellsfossen. The Shellsfossen is just over one. There we go. Oh, still way too zoomed. There we go. Better picture. Once a day, once again, says Lindsay. Someday it's so pretty. I know I live in a postcard, but yeah, gorgeous sky today. I showed more sky than I was intending to, but but the mountains are looking good too. You can see the sun is casting shadows now. So when I was about to go out a little bit earlier, the sun hadn't set, but now it has. At least either that or it's not behind a cloud. I think it should be over there somewhere. So maybe it's not set. Maybe it's just behind a cloud. Because we should still have some longer days yet. But they are notably getting a little shorter. And then one more outdoor thing to show you here. Just have to watch my step. The berries, I have to pick them now. I think they're just about done. There we go. I fed my kids a whole bunch of them. There's still some left. But they kind of keep going and going and going back there. The raspberries, on the other hand, that's the very front ones. They didn't look, yeah, they picked right through them anyway. But they bloom a little later here than they did in the village. The ones in the village were ready, but these ones didn't look quite done enough. I have a hard time with raspberries, because fresh ones anyway, because they always look like they're somewhat good on parts of it and somewhat not good. But the red currants look really good, which I liked them. Okay, I can go in and see how my tame Karl is doing. He's a little feral at the moment because he had to walk home. Poor guy. Did you get yourself a beer? In a glass? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. He's ready. I only got through the Oslo pictures. Let's see, he'll slide past you there. Gather your knees. Okay, and then we'll put this back down again. Oh yeah, the computer's like super delayed on YouTube here. Okay. So, how was your walk home? Did you run into any cows and did they lick you?
No, but the cows apparently like to stand right outside the gate and poop enthusiastically.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's usually why I like walking alongside the road. It's not because it's necessarily safer, but...
No, but it was just a matter of walking on the outside of the road, so it was fine.
See, Torben is here. He says hello from sunny Loftus, the place where chickens roam and all the bees attack their master.
Yeah.
I have some... fun things for him there. Let's see. Oh, I forwarded this thing and then I didn't hit. What the hell did I do? I went out of YouTube while I was trying to look at it. There we go. Better. And then put it back to live chat. I had some conversation with Torben I had to recall from last week too. Yeah. Did you ever figure out what that glass structure was outside the opera house? What that's called?
Well, apparently, like everything else in Oslo, it's a fake iceberg.
That's what I think. Okay, yeah, no. And then Amaro comes up with iceberg, ship, Titanic, leftovers. I think it was Titanic leftovers.
What it looks like is, the title of it should be something like The Failure of Solar Power, because it looks like a lot of melted solar panels that have just been fucked up.
Peaches says, a block on flat water. Not my idea of a good holiday. No, I gotta be a little nervous about that because they're building out more and more into the fjord now because there's no more land left in Oslo.
I'm just wondering, how expensive is it going to be for the first guy who runs his boat into that fucking thing?
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know. But actually, didn't that already happen? Maybe. I have to look it up. Okay. Sculpture, if you can call it that. Outside the Oslo Opera House. She Lies is what it's called. There's a whole Wikipedia thing on it. Okay, we'll show you. And we'll see. She Lies kind of sounds like a great name for it. There you go. Wikipedia says, She Lies. She Lies is a public sculpture by Monica Bovicini, I'm saying that right, made of stainless steel and glass panels measuring approximately 12 meters or 39 feet by 17 meters or 56 feet. There's a lot of buys. Screw it. Anyway, it's big. Next to the Oslo Opera House in Norway, it is a permanent installation floating in the water in the fjord on a concrete platform rising 12 meters above the water surface. The sculpture turns on its axis in line with the tide and the wind, offering changing experiences through reflections from the water and its transparent surfaces. This is probably why everybody wondered how long that damn thing was going to be there, and then it's still there. 2010 is when it came. And then there's a picture of it next to the Opera Hall. The sculpture was made by Bovicini as a three-dimensional interpretation of Caspar David Friedrich's painting, The Sea of Ice. Okay, we can look that up. The massive mound of ice depicted acts as a symbol of power in the region. Bobacini won an international competition in 2007 for She Lies. She stated, the synthesis of structure, skin, ornamentation explore the interface between nature and culture, or that of a cultural artifact. While reconstructing a famous romantic painting, the work represents a visual striking way the shape of an iceberg. As if one would have, by circumstances due to global warming, ended up in a fjord in front of the opera house. That person went to college. Okay. This is the Sea of Ice painting, I guess, that it was supposed to represent. Das Gescheiterter Hoffnung. Down there, you can see what I'm trying to say. Anne can read it. She's from Belgium. They have some German there. Some French too.
They only have Germans there in short periods of time referred to as world wars.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, don't know if I see the resemblance as much as... Is there more? Oh, yeah, no, there's more. Totsmeer. And there's the... You know, I think it looks like it. There it is there. And... Yeah, I think it's a stretch. Anyway. What do you think, Carl?
It's like, oh, I made this piece of art to look like a cultural artifact. What the fuck is a piece of art if it's not a cultural artifact?
It's a piece of art to represent another piece of art.
Yes, so it's plagiarism. It is... I think the piece of art in itself is not as important as the bloody word salad they used to describe the piece of art.
That was a lot of words. You need to have some chocolate, by the way.
No, I'm having beer.
Okay, you have to ask me later about the long one in the middle.
I'll give you a long one in the middle later, woman. But I need beer now.
Okay. What's your beer?
Gold Standard.
Gold Standard by...
It's a chocolate hazelnut imperial stout.
15%.
From Walt City Brewery.
And you didn't like coffee stouts?
It's 15%.
That's all that matters. Okay. I'll take a picture of it in a minute. Lindsay says, okay, I can definitely see that the painting in the sculpture, and it's cool that it moves, but she lies. I think she tells tall tales, or she's just laying there. You decide.
No, she lies. She claims it's a piece of art and it's just like old solar panels.
I wonder what the critical reception of She Lies. Let's see.
Oh, the critics will love this fucking thing.
Of She Lies. We'll just go with AI. Inaugurated on May 11th, 2010, She Lies, the monumental floating stainless steel and glass sculpture by Italian artist, installed in the Oslo fjord outside the Oslo Opera House, elicited a polarized mix of public controversy and high art praise. I remember it being very controversial at the time.
Yeah, because normal people don't like the shit, and critics do. So it's very controversial.
Artistic concept and praise reinterpretation. Critics and curators praised the 12 by 17 by 16 meter structure as a striking three-dimensional translation of the painting. Okay. Environmental metaphor. Observers noted how the rotating tide response of that is actually kind of cool. Framework effectively mimics a drifting iceberg, serving as a visual commentary on human hubris and contemporary climate change. Kinetic interaction. Supporters commented the mirror's surface for capturing shifting light reflection and continuously altering the harbor's modernist aesthetic, contributing to global warming.
Anything you put...
That's people who liked it, according to AI here.
Anything you put on the water will float and turn. That will cause light that hits this thing on the water to shift. It is... They can do something as simple as putting a fucking boat on the water, and it's considered high art.
Public controversy and criticism. Aesthetic dissent. A vocal segment of the public initially dismissed the jagged fractured silhouette as resembling an unsightly piece of debris, structural wreckage, or a stranded shipping hazard. I do remember thinking that it just looked like garbage on a barge. Yeah. And then they just left it there, and we were like wondering, when is that thing gonna go? And it looked like that. I got to admit, I kind of thought the same thing. I like art, but Viso distraction. Some local commuters and visitors argued that the permanent fixture disrupted clean, uninterrupted sight lines of the fjord from the Opera House foyer.
The Opera House is actually pretty nice. Mm. And this thing is not adding to it. But when it comes to Oslo downtown area, I am not super impressed by basically fucking anything.
Contextual disconnect. Casual tourists occasionally reported missing the conceptual nuances of its slow axis turning movement without prior knowledge of the underlying art history or local public art backing. Okay, so there you go.
Local public art backing?
Yeah, I don't
to
know.
Tourists? How do you do that?
I don't know. It's linking to something on Atlas Obscura or whatever, but I remember there was a lot of controversy about it. Some people thought it looked like
that's like the giant butt plug that I have outside of the outside of the Louvre every year. Everybody sees a giant butt plug except for the artist who sees a Christmas tree. And I am mind blown that people actually pay really good money, really good money for this shit.
There was actually, we'll get to the rest of the comments on here first. Italian artist is Radisby. You couldn't find a Norwegian to make that crap. Spoken like a good Swede.
I probably could, but I probably liked the name Monica Bubinski or whatever it was.
Robert says, but it's a floating sculpture that represents a thrust feature in frozen sheet ice. It shouldn't be able to move at all.
This is actually true.
This is true. Albert says, it does though. Is it illuminating at night? Asked Nolvia. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's try it. I bet if I look up She Lies at Night, I'll probably get some sort of porno. Sculpture. At night. Let's see. Oh, there's a nighttime photo of it. Let's go with this one. No, according to this picture, it does not.
No, it's just reflecting all the light pollution around it.
Yep, so it's contributing to global warming. It does look like a junk pile. Yeah, a lot of people thought it did. And actually, in this picture, it looks more like a boat than anything. But there it is in the winter. It's lying in the frozen fjord. Well, it's somewhat frozen. But, yeah.
Yeah.
There, I accidentally hit the microphone again. There we go, but I got it. Let's see.
I can actually taste
your beer. Let's show what your beer is first, and then I'll go back to the comments here. For those wondering what Karl is drinking, Gold Standard Chocolate Hazelnut Imperial Stout. Doesn't matter, he says. It's got 15% alcohol in it. From Vault City. Although Chocolate Imperial Hazelnut. Oh, it does smell like chocolate, too. Okay, this is from where? I think I have to hold this up to my eyeballs to see a little bit better. The collection of quaffable treats features features our favorite festive flavors. That's too many F's.
It's British. It can't be anything else because they write like this.
Oh, no, there's a Dutch guy that does too. With a nod to the iconic chocolate boxes that grace our living rooms every Christmas. Quaffable treat. Gold Standard is an imperial stout inspired by a classic hazelnut chocolate treat. A rich, layered malt bill creates a thick, decadent body, balancing sweetness and depth. Somebody had a thesaurus.
Yeah.
It's smooth, bold, and indulgent, a festive stout worth unwrapping.
Dutch is a distinct possibility here.
Well,
what's the first digits in the barcode?
50654. No, 505641.
Don't think that's Britain.
No, but I can look it up a little closer here. I just can't see. Beer, product of Scotland. We blame Raymond.
So if an English person bangs a Dutch person, I'll get a Scottish person.
With coffee and hazelnut in imperial ways. And a lot of, they know how to use the thesaurus in Scotland.
Clearly.
Okay, we blame you, Raymond, but is it good though? I think I asked you that already, but I'm going to ask you anyway because it's 15%.
It's not bad for what it is.
It smells yummy.
Not a fan of chocolate.
It's like holding it's like holding chocolate in one nose and a beer in the other.
I can actually taste the nuts, and it's not as unpleasant as the chocolate coffee things usually are.
That's what she said. I'm just kidding.
A little bit uncertain why she would say that.
Torben says it's queefable. Quaffable treats is ready to speak. Queefable. Anne says, if it smells like chocolate, you can eat chocolate with it.
No.
She's from Belgium. She knows. I'm telling you. Yes, you need to.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing that.
I'm having more. And the top, I'm having the long ones. Good. Quite right. Blame the New Zealander, says Scott. Robert Scott. From Scotland. As my kid would say, chew, Mom. Then speak. Robin's here. She says, Robin from Woodman from California. I think it looks like Superman's ice lair. Oh, God, yeah, it does, kind of. Where was he from? Planet Krypton or something?
Yep.
Yep. I'm reading backwards here.
Ice layer is on the North Pole.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Nolvia says, wow, it looks like a demolished building up close. Yeah, it does. One of those glass buildings. Redisby says, I guess if you felt you had to add a sculpture, it's better to have it match the theme of the opera house than something completely different. I think that's what they were going for, but yeah. Torben says, it looks like a Christmas decoration Torin made when he was 3. Torben's kid.
You should just submit it for the next competition about making public art.
Yeah, Lindsay also had said I would have gone with something from a Norwegian artist. I agree. Torben said up top, a little bit further, I'm reading backwards. I was rendering beeswax because it was raining, which means no flying bees. The rain stopped and all my bees showed up with attitude. Hey, asshole, that's our wax. Get him, girls. Don't you just have like one girl per hive? I thought.
He probably knows better than us.
He probably knows better than us.
I think it is. I think.
It was like Mulan there were a bunch of Mulans there.
This isn't my field, but when the queen of a beehive dies, another one is kind of activated. So I assume it has to have female DNA to be able to do that. It can't be just, hey, boy, penis time is over. Get the vagina and go over there.
Karen, if you had chocolate in one nose and beer in the other, how did we end up with 2 noses? I'm sorry. Nostril. No. He's gonna drink more of that too. I don't know why he doesn't drink from the can. Oh, by the way, we got some more glass in today. This one I hadn't ordered yet. Maybe I should get a couple of these.
Of course you should.
I thought it'd be kind of fun to have a few of the glasses in November, so they can see what they look like. So I got the Frankish ones in, the one with the blue lines, and I got we got a couple of the claw beakers, but they're real small. Those are expensive as hell, though. When I tried to get the one with you have one that has like little thread at the bottom only. That one is on back order. But, oh, and the wobbly glasses. I got wobbly glasses in.
Yeah.
So you can see those. Those are actually not too expensive. They're about $300-400, I think, each.
I think like the claw beakers are really cool, but the stand is so tiny that you think you can put them down, but you really can't unless you have a cat-free, absolutely 100% stable table that is installed by a carpenter.
Lindsay says, no, all the workers are female. And Torben says, no, all the girls are, they are all girls except the drones, and the drones are dead now. Aw. Anyway. Okay, yeah, so now I see when he says, let's get them, girls. So, okay. And they were asking if Robin was going to come to the Needlebinding Festival in November. She says, no, I teach 2 college courses and I can't get away. But I'll maybe be there for Easter or summer, maybe both. See? But it looks like we'll have a pretty good turnout. So hopefully we can do this again. I was just talking to Earl about the budget anyway for next year. So anyway, now we have another little issue though. I was talking with Kaylee about it because she can get a flight in, but her flight would arrive maybe 2 o'clock, let's say, on the 5th, which is not really a problem. She's coming in from England. But the last, I think the last train leaving from Bergen to Voss would leave at about 1 o'clock, I think. And that would be arriving in time just to make the last bus to Gudvangen in the afternoon. So if you weren't there by like 12:30 in the afternoon, and then she'd still, you know what I mean? So we're trying to see if we can, I wrote the bus company to see, do you think maybe they would be interested in providing one more bus route that evening alone?
Have you checked with both bus companies?
Yeah, I did. There was also, because there's a bus that goes directly, but it leaves so early in the morning.
But also, if it is completely squiggly fucked, you also have the Norway Bus Express.
That's the one I was looking at, but that one leaves early in the morning. It leaves much earlier. The Norway Bus Express. It was leaving at, I don't know, some like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because many of them...
Because that one goes to Gudvangen on the way to Oslo, which is a long trip.
Many of them won't specifically say Gudvangen. There was things like Sogndal.
Sogndal was that bus, yeah, actually. That was the other one. One of them was Sogndal. Anyway, but yeah, because it's November, so it's no longer tourist season now. It's
yeah, but that there is a silver lining to that. That is, Voss is very touristy, and if you are, September is outside of both extreme sports seasons.
Yeah.
So there will probably be a fuckload of relatively cheap hotel rooms.
Roberts is asking, is she flying into Bergen? She was thinking about it, yeah. If she flew into Bergen on the 5th, her plane would arrive at around 2 o'clock. But then, of course, you got to get through security and everything and all your stuff and in your bags by the time you pick it up anyway. But so we were trying to see if we could find a bus company or something that would go at like 7 o'clock. But the way back isn't a problem because there's on the 9th, if you were to go the day after anyway, there are buses that leave in the morning. That's no problem to get to Bergen, but it's the ones that are arriving in the afternoon. So if you were planning on coming out, I would almost say, come on the 4th, or arrive to Bergen on the 4th and overnight either there or in Voss, and then take transportation first thing in the morning. So there will be plenty of people in the lobby you can sit there and knit with and crochet with or needlebind with or whatever at the hotel too.
Plenty of nipwits in the lobby.
If I remember correctly, said Riddiesby, most of the bees are genderless. A few of them are males and females. A regular worker cannot become either male or female, so they cannot reproduce. So they are genderless. And Torben says, I thought I was the bee nerd. And the drones have no father, but they have a grandfather. So now how do you know if it's a male or a female? Do you like look between the legs? Flip each one upside. And why do only the females get to be workers? Why can't they be drones too?
Yeah.
So unfair. Audra says, I have said it would move, more than once now that I can pick up from Voss. Yeah, this is what I was thinking, because Torben also could pick up some from Voss, and if they can get there anyway. But I think what I'm going to have to do is, there's a couple more people talking to. I talked to Yandis. Ren was asking me if I had gotten... Yandis is going to come in tomorrow and we'll talk to. If you took a ride with Yandis, they're not cheap because they're not a taxi transfer service. They take you places as well. That they can fit up to 7 people, and it's 10,000 kroner about. So, but that's actually not too bad. If you consider that if you took the more expensive buses because you didn't get to go when the cheap one was going, and the more expensive train, you can actually get up to 750 kroner just to...
Yeah, it kind of depends. If you are interested, everything is worth it. If you can afford it and you're interested, it's worth it.
Yeah.
What you would get for this 10,000 is a super super extroverted and enthusiastic Russian for a couple of hours, and you would get transportation where you're going.
Lindsay was asking maybe if there's more than one person in that situation, y'all could split the difference of the driver cost of a driver. That's kind of what I was thinking too, but it's too much. Because I was asking my boss if we got just the regular Tour of the Fjords, the one I was talking about too, that goes through there. But one thing I didn't think about is their route changes when our days turn into half.
Yeah.
So they're not going the same route necessarily anymore. But would you be able to, jump out in Gudvangen on the day before anyway, whichever route it takes, and then ride it back the rest of the way or something? He said have to talk to dispatch about it, but you could actually just rent a bus if you want to rent a bus that holds about 40 people. It's 10,000 for the trip. That's actually not too bad. If you had 10 people, that's 1,000 each. If you have 40, it's a fuck ton less.
Do you have 40 people stuck in bus?
I have no idea. No, this would be Bergen. I mean, from Bergen. But the thing is that we don't know. And what if a bunch of people reserve it and then they don't show up, or they're delayed and they can't catch it? And there's too much logistics for us to. And how do you collect the money for each individual person?
No, this.
It would have been nice if they could book directly with somebody like Tour of the Fjords, but then they got to know that they have enough people. Yeah, alternatively, they have a van, but it can only fit about 8 people, not including the driver.
With fear of insulting some of your eccentric viewers.
Eccentric viewers?
We are in Norway.
We're in Norway.
Not Kazakhstan or Somalia.
Norway does not necessarily mean no way, though.
No, our bus service occasionally sucks spectacularly, but there are buses. There is generally a way to get from A to B if you just plan it out.
But I think if you wanted to start from Bergen, at least, you would want to start early in the morning on the 5th in order to be there to wake up in Gudvangen on the 6th. So that's the thing. On the way back, it's not a problem. There's buses leaving at 7 o'clock or so in the morning on the way back.
I'm just now pulling stupid solutions out of my butt. But to get from Bergen to Gudvangen, the best way to do it is the train towards the bus to Gudvangen.
Yep.
Alternatively, you can take the boat to Risjedalsvika, then the mirror boat into Indre Sogn, get off in Sogndal or wherever, and take a bus to Gudvangen. Alternatively, you can take a plane from Bergen to Sogndal, and then take a bus to Gudvangen. Alternatively, you can take a plane or a bus or a boat to Sogndal, and then take the ferry to Flåm or Gudvangen, if applicable in the winter. They are very allergic to ice. Alternatively, you can rent a helicopter in Bergen. Alternatively, you can just rent a hotel room wherever you are stuck, and then continue your travels the next day.
Yeah, but it'd suck to arrive at the end of the 6th, the first day. That's
No, but you wouldn't, because early in the mornings there are buses going nilly-willy everywhere.
Yeah. By the way, the first place you said with the boat, you called Risjedalsvik. Risjedalsvik. That's like trying to pronounce Reykjavik, Iceland, or which some say Reykjavik. That's how you would spell Risjedalsvik. Risjedalsvik. There's a lot of letters there. Rutledal and Krokela.
Also probably not necessary, because you could probably just get on the boat to Sogn in Bergen. Because when you're going from Bergen, I don't think you have to switch boats at all.
No. Anyway, the boat's probably not the easiest way, but the thing is, if you have all of the 5th and you get up early, then you will make it. But you'd pretty much have to wake up in Bergen on the 5th instead of arriving on the 5th. Because you won't arrive early enough. That's the problem, too, to be able to move on. But there are ways. Anyway, so what I'm thinking I'll have to do is create a post or something in the group picture of a bus or whatever, and everybody just write on there. Because there are people that can ride share. Because that's what Lindsay was asking, too, about the ride sharing. And I know Torben had some space, and Outer had space. And Decker, and I think Ingela is meeting with Anne, and they're riding together. But they also have Holly with them. They might have a space in the car. There are some other people that could, and if you throw some gas money at them, because Norway's expensive, a little gas money, and that'd be much cheaper too anyway. There's Robert saying, yeah, the Norway bus, NW420, leaves Bergen Airport at 14:30. Okay, because that's not what I found, but you're looking for today, or you're looking for November 5th? Because the problem I had looking for November 5th, the schedules in August are not the same as the schedules in November. So I was having a hard, I went to entour.no, which is ENTUR .no. Jessica is here. Hey, by the way, she says, any idea as to how many people are coming to the festival in November? No, because you can buy your ticket at the door. So actually, we're a little naive on this one, but there's no point reserving it. We have space. But the one who would know would probably be the hotels. Tura would probably know first because based on the increased number of bookings, she could probably guess.
Yeah, I have one question though.
Yeah.
Øyvind Sagerbråten.
Øyvind Sagerbråten's coming, yeah.
Yeah, does he watch YouTube?
I don't know, but I took pictures for him today.
He was bragging about an enormous box of berry that looks like a hermetic box.
Like a can, conservative.
Yeah, it was
Canned.
Yeah. It was a 10% really big bear.
Holy crap!
We might have had it at some point.
He is coming to the festival, yeah.
Forks or something. I don't think he would be bragging about his strong bear to me unless he was watching YouTube.
He might be. I don't know, because the thing is, we can watch it. We can see that maybe there was like 33 people.
If you are watching this, we know you are watching.
We know you're. No, he's barbecuing right now. They're having a barbecue.
Yes, but not everybody watches it live.
I will show you a picture of Øyvind Sagerbråten. This is the next post I will make on there. I was planning on putting up because I just got confirmation that he will come, and we have a house from everything. Ren was asking about spindles. People who make drop spindles, and yes, he does. He also makes bone. He does bone work, some stone work, woodwork.
Yeah, he's mostly a wood guy, I think.
He's mostly a wood guy. No, he does do a lot with bone, but he does make spindles, and I thought, oh, that would be awesome.
From a spoon to a house, I think this guy can make pretty much anything.
Yep. But for a guy who can make both, who does make, not just can, but does make both drop spindles and needle binding needles, this is quite perfect for him. And I got his permission to use this photo here. Hang on a second. I need to change my background. There we go. Got pictures of galore. Okay. This is Øyvind. This was taken a couple of years ago on the Tyrder boat in the Oslo fjord, the Viking ship. That is not. It's another guy has it, but it was. I think when it was here last anyway. Then he was a picture, but that's Øyvind. And if we look really, really close, you might be able to see some bone beads in his beard that he makes.
Yeah,
maybe.
Off for a small break.
If you can see him in his beard. No, not too well. Anyway, but he also makes wonderful drop spindles. And I got a picture of that today, so I was going to post this picture. Yeah, it's a beautiful picture. Greta Bure took this picture. And I have intentionally... There it is. I took this picture today of his needles. You can see these ones are with stone. And these are with clay. His drop spindles. And they have like a little hook on the top like that. That's kind of a notched hook, like a crochet hook type top. And some of them are top. Some of them are the bottom. They're decorated as well. So he will be coming in. He'll be making those, but selling them at least anyway. I don't know if he wants to hold a course or not. He can find it. But they're beautiful. Anyway. So somebody was asking, and yes. And I did order, yeah. Well, Carla is even more chatty than usual. That's because Karl came home.
It was kind of out of context, but when you say some of them are tops, some of them are bottom, and they're all very decorated, I was for a moment thinking we were talking about the Pride Parade.
No. Somehow I managed to do a thing there. Okay. But yeah, there you can see these ones are clay, I believe. Pottery of some sort. And these ones up here, these are all stone. But yeah, he makes these. It was Ren who asked if we had carded wool. Are the cats adjusting well to the recent change? It's hard to tell. The first day, it looks like they were kind of looking for him and wanted to go out in the hallway to find him. But I think they're starting to get used to it now anyway. But I believe she's also at a peak moment in her month. So I think that's a little bit that too. But yeah, I did think they were kind of looking for him a little bit in the beginning. But it's been about a week now. A little bit over a week. No, it's been almost 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks. No, 1 week tomorrow. I can't do math. Almost 2 weeks. Okay. Anyway, so he will make these, and I did get some wool ordered. I don't have the pictures of those anymore, but the ones that I showed last week, I ordered carded wool in lime green, with it's millert, which means it's got a little bit of gray in it too. It's kind of grainy looking. One in a lighter blue with some grain in it, one in an ochre color, and then of course a dark gray and a light gray, if you want. But anyway, so we'll pack those up in 100 grams. 100 gram portions anyway, and have those available, so you can do some spinning there too. There is at least one. No, the cat in the previous Nolvia's asking, did one cat move out? No, the cat in the previous photo died. He had to be put to sleep. He had kidney failure. I thought I had a picture of him. Let's see if I go to YouTube. Oh, this might be too. Somewhere I've got a folder for YouTube. Nope, not there. Ah, it's all mixed up. Anyway, there's a picture of my cat. This is the one I used. There he is. That's in Voss by the lake. So Alex and I took him over there while we were waiting for Karl and Cecilia to come and catch. Greg graciously ran out and from Voss to go and pick them up and bring them back so that she could say goodbye to her cat before he had to be put down. But yeah, that was Zilla there. That's the cat that had to be put down. He had lost weight suddenly, really quickly, and he was a little bit more lethargic and not having. We were hoping it was just a bad tooth, but the rate that he was, and he wasn't able to eat very much. Figured it must be worse, and yeah, it was. He had kidney failure. And he was in end-stage kidney failure, unfortunately. So it was the only humane thing to do was to put him down. But I have to say, this was Cecilia's cat, so I was really glad to hear that Cecilia, to know that Cecilia was actually here and had a good 6 weeks with him before. But one of the, it's hard enough telling your kid that her cat has to be put down, but imagine having to call her and she's 6 hours away, in the middle of a school year and can't come out. So I'm kind of glad that she got to have the time with him in the end and got to come out to say goodbye. And it was really, really nice that Greg could drive him out. We thought that it was going to be just a vet visit and hopefully everything would be fine, but it didn't go well. Anyway, but so, yeah, that was our Zilla. This is the one that liked to jump off the shelf and land on Karl's lap, but we found out that Fuzzy is now starting to climb the shelf. So maybe he's looking for Zilly, or maybe he's getting prepared to launch himself onto Karl's lap. We'll find out. That was a gift, says Sandy, her being there. Yeah, that was actually a really, really gift, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, we did lose the cat. It was a good cat. He was 12, or almost 12. So he was considered a senior citizen as far as cats go. And then we wanted to know about the kidney failure. It could be genetic. It could be something else. You never know. But he's got a blood brother from the same batch. So that's why we were wondering. The Fuzzy, the one that PJ drew, that was, that's his brother. But he's gaining weight big time. So yeah, it might be different anyway. But they went and got it checked too, and they're okay. So that's good for that. Let's see, I can find more pictures while Karl went out. I have show and tell. Let's do more show and tell first. This is more fun. Okay, so my mom, there's a reason I have a yarn addiction. It's her fault. To put YouTube back up so I can see more chat better. Lindsay says, yeah, my parents didn't tell me when my dog passed away. For that very reason, I was a little annoyed about that. Yeah. It would be hard to do. PJ says her cat had to be put down while she was away at college. Yeah, no, so I have to say, you can't change it. It is what it is, but it was one of my biggest nightmares was having to call the kids while they're 6 hours away and tell them your cat died or your cat has to die and they can't come and say goodbye, can't anything. But the fact that she was here and the fact that she had about 6 weeks with them in the end was good. So as we're running around Oslo, I bring my kids suitcases. One of them was going through a cheetah phase. These were when they were 7. And the other one was going through an emoji phase. So we had one suitcase with emojis all over it, big color emojis, and Karl got to wheel that sucker around. And I got to wheel around the cheetah suitcase that my mom had gotten them around Oslo. And I was thinking I could at least offload this with my kids. So I brought all the stuff they forgot, brought some stuff for my mom. But my kids didn't have any room for this suitcase, so now I had to bring these damn suitcases back. But it was really fun watching Karl walk around Oslo with this emoji suitcase. And to give you an idea, this is the one I had to carry around. So there you go. With a nice gold zipper. So my mom thought this was hilarious watching Karl wheel around an emoji suitcase. But she had no problem refilling it for us. And I left the shawls in here intentionally so they wouldn't get cat hair all over them. Until I can put them away. Are you ready? I bet the mochi one is cute. Yeah, it's really bright colored though. It's and that one's a double one. You can like zip some extra girth if you want. Okay, Stephen West shawls. My mom's a huge Stephen West fan. If you don't know who he is, it's spelled Stephen. He is from Holland, Netherlands. I have to move this over. And makes beautiful, beautiful, beautiful knit shawls, and he does them as a mystery. I would love to do this with needle binding, but anything you do with a needle binding mystery, you're going to have a different gauge because everybody's different. It's not like you can just change your needle size to match. So I did it once, and I want to do some more, but it was a bag because it didn't matter what size it would be. So this is one of them. It's a really bright purple. Usually bright purple is not quite my thing. I do like this shade, but I love the way all the different patterns kind of pull it out and hold it back a little bit so it's not over dominating. I mean. But this one is supposed to have something to do with music. If you can kind of get the theme of that. She was saying, I think this is not, is this the music one?
No, that's not the
No,
music.
that's not the music one. This is not a music one. I have to look it up. She had entered this in, this is kind of funny too, and I'm totally revealing her, so she's going to be, she's going to, geez, Karen. She entered this into the fair, in the Minnesota State Fair, and she won first prize for it too. And they didn't even notice that she forgot to sew in an end. She's, because I hold it up, my mom's like, oh my God, did I forgot to do an end? She says, geez, and I put that in the fair with an end hanging loose. And I said, well, did you play? She says, well, yeah, I won. I'm like, well, they didn't judge you very well then, did they? No, I'll sew that in. But yeah, beautiful shawl. I'd have to look it up to find out which mystery it was. But maybe it's a good thing you don't know, because if you are a knitter and you like to do Stephen shawl mystery knit-alongs, then you won't know the spoiler. But you get like, you do like one clue at a time, and then you put them all together. It's nice to see what it'll be. He'll usually tell you what kind of yarn you need, like one main color, one color, and one supporting color. In this case, the purple would be the contrast. But it's really beautiful. Even the cables down at the bottom, all the different patterns. But because he changes it up so much, they're such a delight to knit. Because you don't really get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. And then, of course, and there's a bunch of shawls in there, too. And then my stepdad's sitting there going, what the hell's she going to do with all those damn shawls? And I'm like, okay, when you live in Gudvangen and you work in a Viking village and there's nothing else here, your outfit is either going to be a Viking outfit or a hoodie with a logo. And the way that you change that up in the winter is to change the shawl. Because in the winter, that's what I'll add. That's neat. I hadn't heard of these yet. No, Stephen West. Look him up. He's fabulous. My mom is looking into taking a cruise ship that will involve a stop in Amsterdam next fall in 2027. And I was like, you realize Amsterdam is a major airport hub, right? Yeah. That means Karl and I could probably take a flight out quite cheaply. And we could spend a couple of days there, meet you guys up with one day. We'll go see the Stephen West shop, and then we can go on and do our own thing after when your boat goes. But it's not hard to get to Amsterdam, actually. That's a really big airport. It's like going to London. You can usually get pretty good flights, but it does wrap nicely. Ready for the next one? Let's see. Dragon, says Audrey. Yeah, it could be dragon wings. Oh, I like that. Looks like something from Beetlejuice, says Rodisby. I kind of got that vibe too. Don't say that name 3 times, though. I already said it once, so you can't say it again. You so want to. What did you do with your hair? It's all curled up. That is bright, says PJ. Yeah, but it kind of knocks it. But when you see it on, it kind of, when you have it all wrapped up anyway, you don't get all of it at once. You kind of get a nice little, it plays together well, shall we say. Lindsay says, yeah, that's the kind of point of his shawls. Is ways, yeah. Complementary colors, says Rudy's, yeah. But yeah, they're really wonderful. Lindsay says also, I know a lot of people that will wait until he's published the last one and then buy it. Those people are boring. I'm just ruin it all. And you gotta have fun doing it anyway. But if you got a lot of stash anyway, it usually goes with a DK yarn, if you know what that is. But you can kind of see the thickness of the yarn there. Something akin to sock yarn almost. I always get nervous about his heavily patterned shawls looking too modern. They can, but you know, again, imagine what it looks like when it's on and all wrapped up too. You're not looking at like one big piece.
It's too modern.
Unless you're wearing it like they do in the...
It's too modern for the Viking age, but it would slide
Oh, it's way too... I mean, knit in itself is too modern for the Viking age.
It would slide right into the 80s, for instance.
You're quite right, actually. There's some Cosby in it. But also, yeah, look at this one too. Something I was doing with needle binding as well, where you get this heavy braided effect. I don't think I ever got that pattern out though because it got too busy. It went. Oh, that was a busy year, a busy season. But I should get that out. There's a way that you can do this in needle binding. So it's a fun trick. I was inspired. I saw it as a crochet pattern at first. The first time I ever saw that that pattern that can do that. My mom had made a blanket out of it with crochet, and I thought it was neat, and I applied it to needle binding, and it works. But your math is going to be a thing. Ready for the next shawl? I'm all over. I told you there was a lot of show and tell today. Okay. This was the music one. We're still in the purples here. And this one has yarn in it that's got silk. And it's like just a... see if I can find a good patch of it. You have to see something in stockinette stitch to really see it. Hi, Carla. Okay, so if I hold it up like that, you see the lighter color purple? That's the one that's got silk in it, and it kind of has a little bit of a glitz shine to it. And that plays, right here, maybe you can see better in that patch. But it plays so well with the rest of the colors. And this is the one. See if you can see music in this.
It's not the music one.
This is the music one. It is. See?
Yeah. Is it?
See? You weren't listening. Were you? No, it is. Look. See? Do you remember I was talking about this?
Yeah.
This is the music one. Okay. So imagine doing these though. This must be so fun because first you get like one piece and you're kind of, by the time you're bored with doing this pattern, then now you're doing this brick pattern. When you're done doing the brick one, then all of a sudden you're doing intarsia, and it keeps going. But I don't, there's the way that this is supposed to tie in with music where you're supposed to be able to feel the motion and the waves. This panel here is my favorite. And I gotta say,
it's a cultural artifact.
It's a cultural artifact. If this whole shawl was done just in this technique, I might not like it as much as it. But the way that it's spread out, I mean, where it's among all this other stuff, it just really shines. But to show you that a little bit closer, you can see there it's raised. The way they would do that. So it's got texture to it as well. Anyway, and then it keeps going. Then you got these waves, symphony. But I will have to read about what this one. But this one is inspired by musical notes, or the way the music flows through the air. And she's my mom. You can't have her. The Pengilly ladies are like, you go, Diane. My mom's name is Diane. Okay, and to see how it looks on. Depends how you wear it, of course, but if I'm really cold, I'll wear it like a blanket. But normally, I'll wrap it a bit like that. Ha, ha, ha. A little lower. See? It's going to be a nice winter. I'm ready. Winter is coming. And I could show off the intarsia, or do it this way around and show off the texture on the wave. If I do it that way. I didn't quite do it that way. There. Lindsay says, I was gifted a Stephen West shawl kit. I got a bunch of other stuff to finish first. 3 babies coming between now and January that need stuffed animals. Now, are you birthing all these babies at the same time?
That's not how human reproduction works, I think.
No. Oh, she's planting her butt, Carl.
But
That's your cat.
I know, but I have to let her do it and then deal with it.
You can't just pick her up and put her in the box before it actually
No,
peaks.
because then she panics and then she poops small pieces all over the kitchen.
I can't believe I'm sitting here watching your cat poop.
Oh. Carla, you little asshole. Yes, bury it on the parquet floor, you little...
Oh, Lord, no, both sisters and a cousin. My bread is in the microwave cooking, says PJ. You're making in the...
Or she is having a baby too?
No. But bread in the microwave. I've never tried that, but I heard you could. And also, it's so cool to see how this would... But I like the way all the colors lay together. So you don't get like an overdose of any one. Holy crap, Carla. Chocolate, Carl?
Well, she is trying to buy it.
Let's see.
Dumber than fussy.
It works surprisingly well, says PJ. We're going to have to try making bread in the oven. We have that bread maker. We were going to try to make bubblegum bread or something stupid like that, and we never did.
Bubblegum bread?
We were trying to think of recipes, the experimental bread recipes.
That's true. We should really do
We
that.
should. I think we were thinking we would be in a different house or something, and that's why it just sat. But, okay, then there's more. No crust, of course, but it cooks in 4 minutes. We have to try that. This is one goes into grays with a slight tint of purple. Is it this one that had the silk in it? I think it might, but it's hard to tell. Ta-da! And I don't know what the stories were on these as well, but you can see the panels. Imagine just doing this panel and then this panel. So he keeps it very interesting. Oops. This one almost has like star points in the center there.
Don't put your shawl in my bear.
Don't put your beer next to my shawl. This one is much, much thinner. DK. Yeah, this is the one I think had the silk in it. Sorry, I was thinking of the other one. There you can see the silk ones in the middle. It's much, much thinner. You can see my fingers through it there. But my mom is a yarn snob, so I'm guessing this probably cost a chunk to make. But they're so pretty. Yeah, now I have to try it on because I'm with my people now. They're so fun. There's my stepdad. What's she gonna do with all these shawls? Are you kidding me? See? Oh, it's gonna be so nice. I'm pretty. I have a picture of my kids. I got them these, a little video of my kids when they were 3. And we got them some nightgowns that look like princess costume nightgown anyway. And they just sat there in the mirror and did this. Yeah, you're pretty, which means I am. And then, of course, English pretty. Back in their Norglish days. It's pretty. Oh, Max made it. Hey, Max, you're just in time for the Stephen West shawls. Although this was the 3rd one. And there's 2 more. Because my mom has been very productive since we saw her in the spring. Holy crap. But she loves to make these, and I can see why. Because it's just, by the time you get bored with the pattern, it changes. Did I hold that? I had that the wrong way, or? No, it's right. Okay. Look at this yarn. And you thought it was all going to be purple, didn't you? Do you have this the right way? Nope. Wow. This way. This one is cool. This almost looks like a zobber ball, but I don't know if that's what it is. But you've got the ridges this way. And then comes in another panel that goes the other way, and it's like an envelope scarf almost, or an envelope shawl, because it's long on this side. But shorter on this side. So I'm so boring and lazy compared to y'all. Are you kidding? I finished my Stutby pouch. That was about, I think, the only Nalbinding stitch of the month I've finished so far. Except for the hat on the cover. I made that up in a couple days because I needed to use it up. That I can show. But this too is such fun when it's laying. Yay! This is gonna be a nice warm winter, isn't it? Karl knows what it looks like if it's cold when we get home anyway, and he's got to wait to get the fire going. I'm bundled in no less than 5 of these. They're so pretty. This one is DK weight as well. Yeah, the yarn. You can see. Zobber balls look so cool, but most of them aren't pure wool, and they are so expensive anyway. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the Zobber ball would be thicker than this too, actually. But the Zobber balls have such wonderful colors. But yeah, you're right about that. If it was pure wool, it'd be much better. I'll show you the hat in a minute. That's made out of super wash.
I will go and deal with the floor poop and have a cigarette.
Oh, please, thank you. Yeah.
So you can.
I still got some more to show off here. I knew it was going to be a heavy show and tell day, so it might be not a bad thing that I forgot Osmond's glasses because it would have been really long, but I will have those to show next week then. See, I like to fold them up with the wrong side out. So in my head, the wrong side will get all the cat hair. I have a chest that I put all these in. The last one! I love this red. This is my favorite, I think. Although I've only had a few days to drool on it, so I reserve the right to change. This has this like Malabrigo type reds to it, but it's not, I don't think it's Malabrigo, but there you got the panels, and then that brown just plays so nicely with the red. And this has got little hole patterns in it if it shows up. You can see up at the top there too. And there. I love, love, love these reds. So I think this one, I like this, this binding up at the top is quite cool. You can see how that goes. It's almost like stockinette stitch going this way first and then pick up and then pick on the sides. It's a nice feature because a lot of the shawls, when you make them, they start in the middle and kind of fan out, or you're knitting them more or less this way up like that. But in this one, my guess is this was probably knit first, this row there, and then you pick up from the side and go. It's so pretty. My mommy loves me. Oh my God, it's so gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Yeah, you're pretty. I'm loving it. Anyway, so this was my mom's, all my mom's wonderful treat. Now I'm going to get my mom in trouble. So my mom had a visit from her sister who brought her some wool, some yarn. And it's a little on the itchy side. So she thought that might work better for me than her. So she gave it to me. My mom loves me. So, you know, I'm sorry, Aunt Debbie, if you're watching this. I don't know if she does. But Mom regifted your yarn and I'm loving it. It is thin, so whatever you're going to needle bind with, because of course I'm going to needle bind with this. It's really nice color for Viking, I think. But anyway, I have to use something like Finnish 2+2, but probably something with 4 loops or a lot of density to it anyway. I decided gonna go with our boga. Our boga stitch is, I think, 3 loops, but they're twisted. I can't remember exactly. I have to look it up. So I decided I wanted to make a cowl and then have it kind of go long. We'll see how long it goes. There's 2 balls, by the way. And they look like 100-gram skeins. So, hanks, sorry. So this is going to be mirrored. So I guess if you were left-handed, this would look like our boga stitch in the left hand. There's my working end up here. So my starting end was, no, I lied. That's my starting end. I should have done the little knot so I don't forget, or just weave it in. Okay, all right, put a little knot on my start end so I don't accidentally add more yarn to the wrong end. There we go. That's my working end, the loose loops. So there's the arboga stitch, and it looks like it'll be dense enough. You can kind of, if I put my face next to it, you can kind of see through it a bit. Like that. But not too much. Maybe if I show it this way. see. That's about as much as you can see through it. But it's still pretty dense. So I'm going to try that one with the Arboga stitch, and we'll see how it goes. And then send a picture to Aunt Debbie and say, thanks for the... No, I don't know. But it's such a pretty color too. Actually, it goes really well with this shawl. I got plans. Maybe double it, says Lindsay. Yeah, you could double it with this one, but I don't know if maybe it was because I got all these shawls from my mom that I kind of was in the feeling to make something that kind of felt like the shawl weight, or something that, because it'll drape. It's thin enough that even with this stitch, it'll drape and not be super stiff. So maybe it'll be a cowl that goes further down, or maybe to my elbows or something. So we shall see. But I've only just started playing with it because we got back on Tuesday morning early. So we see. The hat, I got to put all these back in the wonderful leopard suitcase. The hat that was on the cover, nothing to do with the Stutby stitch. I can show that too, by the way. I should do that. I have to start a new project in Stutby. Is this one. This might be the last of my Balder yarn. Balder is a superwash by Viking, I think. I can look it up. Ravelry always has it. Balder. Oh, there's a new packaging from Balder by Viking Garn or Viking Garn. It almost looks the same. I have to look this. Okay, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. First off, okay, these are the colors. It's for 100 grams, it's 98 kroner, so it's about 10 bucks. But it's really thick, this yarn. And this does actually look like it. I thought that they weren't continuing this anymore. I thought it was discontinued because I bought a bunch of them when it went on sale. I thought they made the nice, most wonderful projects that worked up so quickly, but it is super wash, I believe, or it has a percentage of acrylic in it there, so it does not hold up as well as pure wool. Superwash means that the yarn is filament treated. I have to read around. It's not worth translating it anyway. But yeah, it's 100% superwash wool from South America, it says. Okay. But it says it's soft and it can take a beating. But I do notice, if I turn that down, maybe you can see it better. You can see the fuzzies that will start to pile up on this. If I were to wear it, wash it too much, etc., it will kind of get pills on it, just like an acrylic will. It also is because, there you can see it where I joined, for example. Because it is super wash, I have to rethink take that out of the bright light. I have to rethink the way I join the yarn. So I have been doing lazy joins, which if I turn this around, hang on a sec. If I turn it around, you can see it. Let's see, change the bright screen off my face here. And these little pills can show up. This is where a join comes out. There's a little pill. But the yarn is woven then underneath here a bit. That's why it can show up better on one side. There, for example, the yarn is just woven underneath, or is just threaded underneath. Ooh, now hear this. Storytelling at the Chieftain's Hall, Monday evening, 7 p.m.-ish. Or when Luli has finished her tattoos. So if you're in Gudvangen tomorrow and you're a Viking, you can come and join and listen to storytelling from Tim Eagling. Tim is here, Raymond, you should be here too. Or Robert Reynolds, sorry. I'm mixing my people up. Robert and Tim are absolutely hilarious together. You got one guy from England, one guy from Scotland. They're like two little old biddies. It's amazing. If you can find the YouTube sending where they were both on last year, it was a hoot. So you got Scotland, you got England, you got Minnesota over here. The dialects were flying. Yeah, there you can also see my join is kind of a little thicker there. Maybe only I can see it, but then I weave under. But it's better than, you could technically spit splice it, but you would have to have some serious amount of rage, pull very carefully through past the join. But then I would get these much bigger chunks than where the joins are because the yarn would be so thick. I'd have to thin it. But this is the leftover. This is actually two different colors pools together. Yeah, I can show you the link to the Balder yarn. So I spiraled them. This is the last I had of this color, and it kind of runs out around here. And then I took the other one that I did have a lot more of and spiraled it as well. So they are two changing colors that are spiraled together, but I started intentionally with the only piece of yellowish that I had in the whole thing. But again, it is nice, super thick, and it works super fast. It is stiff. This wouldn't drape if you were to make a cowl out of it. But it is super wash, and it will be hard to find a splice, and it will tend to pill up, but at least it won't be itchy. So there are pros and cons. I love the way it looks anyway. And this is just Oslo stitch. This isn't Stutby. But it's also a 2-ply wool, which is why the Oslo stitch looks a little bit more grainy or a little bit more woven-esque. Yeah, I can point it. Elijah's here, huh? If I said there, Ellie, I think is the name. I'm going to try to read this. Ellie J, could you please post the link to the bind? I'm on the site, but it's only showing solid colors, not the multis. See, because I didn't think this existed anymore. But okay, you went to vikinggarn.no or viking-garn.no. Garn just means yarn in Norwegian. I was going to say it might be possible to, because I thought this would have been flippin' vintage by now. I don't throw away my stuff. That's the site I'm looking at, but this does look current. I can show the colorways a bit better here. So some of them will stripe, some of them will be a solid color. The solid ones, I gotta admit, are pretty boring. Sorry, there we go. It's just got bright. Okay, there's that one. They're looking very dark on screen. But you can see there's some solid yellowish through here. I did get the name right. Okay, Ellie J. Score points for me. This one I did a couple of, but I ran out of this one quite quickly. They reminded my kids liked it because it was, frozen. Frozen or Frost, whatever you want to call that movie. This one I had a little bit of. I think this one is more or less solid, but you can see it's 2-ply. But I did end up working with long pieces of this yarn because it means you got to sit there and pull that through ever. And it could wear out the yarn a bit quicker, but I did not like skinning it. This one I think I made a pair of socks in once. Pink, not my thing. I think I made one thing about it and got rid of it. But 98 kroner is actually, it does say it's in stock, Pålaget. But if you have to get it all the way from Norway, that's another thing. Viking yarn is available in United States. I have seen it, but I don't know exactly this is. If you're a Ravelry person, you might be able to find somebody who is selling some of their stash. Sorry, there we go.
You have epilepsy mode on your computer.
Yeah. Balder, Viking of Norway. This is what my skeins look like. These big hanks. I just repackaged them. I rescanned them on a thing so I could put them on the wall. But this is what mine look like, and there should be somebody's got to have them in stashes that you can maybe buy. This is the colors that's in that hat there, that colorway. This is just look up Balder on Ravelry if you're one of those people that use Ravelry. Here you can see what it looks like in projects. But this would be knit. That's going to pull differently with knit and crochet than it would with needle binding. That must be really thick. But that looks more. Oh, they did herringbone stitch there. There's my hats. There's another one. This is the skein that is at the very top of this current hat. I only had a little bit left, but that's where that gold comes from. It looked like this if I had not changed it. And this is what the other one. So it's like mixing these two together, but I spiraled them so that they would it wouldn't be too obvious that I was running out of yarn. You can see what that pink looks like. It's very pink. There's another hat I made. It makes a nice blanket too. Let's see. These are the socks that Karl and I had. I was using this crap up like mad. These are crocheted. Or slippers. It looks like I'm the only one in the Ravelry that has Balder yarn apparently. But I bought this, I think 10 years ago. They were getting rid of it. This is the same as I made my hat in. So you could buy it really cheap. That's pretty. That's kind of like the same idea I made with my Christmas shawl where Karl is Count Nijula. That same kind of pattern with the short rows. This one I've done, I made a pair of pants for my kids out of that. Crocheted pants. There you can see again the yellow one. So they have it's wonderful, but see if you can find somebody that's selling it in their stash. I think stashes. There you go. Up at the top there's stashes. 650 people, or I have like 650. These are the big ones I got. These are solid colors. They're boring. This one I did as well. I think I still have some in a project. I was making a Katniss cull and I need to rip it up. But it's extremely fast working. It's just that it feels a bit like acrylic would kind of wear out a bit quickly. So, or pill up. But you can see all these people have it. Look at there. It says $20 shipped. $9 includes shipping. So you can probably buy somebody's stash and then you won't have to worry about having it shipped from outside the United States if you're in the United States. If you're in Norway, well, then go to fiend.no and look for it. I bet that's there too. Fiend.no, which is basically Norwegian's version of a Craigslist. Yeah. I don't need to log in. I need to find search. Balder. Oh, for fuck's sake. Obvious. Balder yarn. There's 8 of them in here. Now it might be something that's made with the Balder yarn too. Oh my god, we're in the worldwide weight part here. But here's somebody selling for $249. Are they not including pictures? I thought they kind of had to do pictures. No, there they go. It's just slow. There you go. So people will have this still in their stash. Because they're getting that old. There was so much of it. It was, you could buy it in, I think, Coop. The big stores would have it. Supermarket stores that would sell yarn as well, not just the yarn shops. So it should be pretty easy to get a hold of. But I have not seen skeins like these. I'm assuming it's the same. But the ones I got looked like these big hanks. So anyway, it's a fast yarn, fun to work with. But again, it won't last as long as wool would. Robin says, I have to go tend some yarn in the mordant pot. See you soon. Oh, she's plant dyeing. There's been some plant dyeing going on in the village, too. Snora collection, says Ruddy Spee. Especially funny because of how Balder is depicted. Laugh out loud. The green one looks so cool, though. I like the green one. I might actually have some of that. I started to make a shawl. I really like this shawl. I like I was making a Katniss cull and I was trying to use herringbone knit anyway, and it wasn't fitting the way I wanted it to, and I kind of gave up on it, but I need to rip it up and make stuff like this out of it. So, okay, more show and tell. I have lots of show and tell. I'm a horrible person, and of course because of cats.
How many smoke spike am I supposed to have here?
I told you it was going to be a heavy. He's like, I gotta walk home. Fuck. You're like, don't worry, I got plenty of show and tell.
Oh God.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me.
This is, if I have a list of the 10 worst days I've had at work.
Yeah, tell
Today
me. Okay,
is definitely one of them.
I'm eating chocolate. Yeah?
Between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock today, I yelled at tourists more than I've done in the last...
You yelled at tourists?
More than I've done in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Today I'm going to be nice and not name the country.
Yum.
But it is a certain Southern European bordering on the Mediterranean country.
It's not the Dutch.
No, it's not the Dutch. Today, I would actually be happy. I was actually happy when I ran into Dutch and Danish people, because they do actually speak fucking English. These people do not. Or they do like this much. And between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I was on archery. And first I have a kid from this country running in front of the targets when people are still shooting. So I go, stop! And then get the kid back and then try to find out which other one of all the people from this particular country is this kid's parent. Which is obviously bloody impossible because they don't speak English. So I try to kind of talk to the kid directly and I go, arrow dangerous. Ow!
Oh my God! Would you actually go up to a kid and go?
So I thought the kid got the hint, and then he kind of shot his arrows and went away. Then a little bit later, I have two brothers. Well, I assume they are brothers because they're bickering like little bitches from the same country. And every time the big brother pulls an arrow back, the little brother grabs it and snatches it out of the bow. For very obvious reasons, this is very dangerous. And again, keep in mind, these people do not speak a lick of fucking English. So I basically go, stop! Don't do that. This, very dangerous! And for some dumb reason, I thought he got the message. He didn't. So he looks at me, looks a little bit perplexed and confused about what's going on. And as soon as his brother tries to pull another arrow back, he does the same thing again. And I go, stop! This is your only warning. Do that again and I will throw you out. Then I found the mother and she says something to him in their language. And I think he now finally got the message. Then I have another kid who does exactly the same thing as the first kid and runs into enthusiastically. And this time I find the mother and I go, well, first I stop everybody from shooting and then I find the mother and go, this is dangerous. And she goes, yes.
Kaya's here. Kaya, your sister is here. She says, why didn't you just tell them in their own language?
Because their own language
I like her.
is not a language that anybody speaks except for them and people in maybe one African country if they are super old.
Okay.
People who know a little bit about history should know which people I'm talking about now. Nobody else.
Yeah, Albert is here, by the way. He said, yeah, I also had people not listen to me at archery. Oh, I remember, yeah.
It's not that I don't listen, it's that I don't understand the language.
No, they don't try. Even some of them are just
And what we are doing now has changed a little bit from
like
how we used to do it.
sign language. They're not,
You have 3 stations with 3 arrows on each station. So what we used to do is to just give people 9 arrows, and when the 9 arrows are shot, we go and get the 9 arrows. Nowadays, we have 30 arrows in like a bundle that we carry around, and then we shoot until all the 30 arrows are gone, and then we go and get all the 30 arrows. And I'm on the last 3. And this is not this particular country. These are some people from farther east, so Middle East type people. A father with 2 twins, I think they are twins, either that or they're very, very close together and look extremely similar because one was slightly bigger than the other, but they were basically
so are my twins.
shaped in the same mold. And I give them their 3 arrows and hope that I will manage to get those 3 arrows shot fairly quickly so I can go and get all the other arrows and get more people in. The queue is getting bigger and bigger. And it's like, this is going to sound a little bit racist against their particular group of people, but I think it would be a simpler job to teach them if they were actual bloody chimpanzees. Because, first of all, there are 2 twins. I try to get them to use separate bows. They really don't want to do that. So when I give them 2 bows, I always throw one away. Then I go and get it and I go, you use this, you use this. Then they look at each other, throw one bow away, and then both of them go and fondle one bow. And there are 4 hands on this bow doing all the things you shouldn't be doing with the bow. And I am struggling to get them to understand. I'm also showing them. Like this. And I go. And then. and 4 hands. And I try my best, and I find their father, and I ask him to help. He tries to help, and he's worse than the kids. So now I have 6 moron hands that is fondling one bow. And it is, even if one of them actually knew what he was doing, he would be stopped from doing it by the other 2. So I'm going absolutely bonkers. And I just see the queue is getting longer and longer. And this, honestly, it probably went on for something like 5 or 6 minutes before I lost my shit. But in the end, I just go, hey, stop. No, I'm taking your arrows because I have to go and get the other arrows, and I don't want to get shot in the back. So I'm taking your arrows. You'll get them back when I come back. And then I take their arrows with me to go and get all the remaining 27 arrows, bring them back, hand them out, and have other people shoot. And before they are finally finished with their 3 arrows for 3 people, all of the arrows are gone again. So I'm actually contemplating doing the same thing again. Hey, I'm taking your arrows now because you can't get your finger out of your butt. Oh God, I have never gone. It's extremely unusual for me to go, stop. We need to do this thing now on archery. And normally it goes, even when I'm dealing with people who don't understand the language, they understand what I'm doing. They understand what they see. But no, not today. And then I had archery again from 3 to 4. And that was a little bit smoother. But it's one thing I haven't seen. I didn't see it at all for the first 3 years I was working there. Yeah. It's kind of a new mistake from last year. That is, people are genuinely getting dumber, at least when it comes to practical things. Instead of putting the notch on the back of the arrow on the actual string, they just hold the arrow and the string with the same hand and pull back. It's like, are you expecting the string to move forward and then just suck the arrow with it? What is going on in your brain? But it used to be a fairly rare mistake. Between 3 and 4, I had to correct 4 people from doing this.
Oh, geez.
1 man and 3 women.
And they only get 3 arrows, yeah? So you're not giving them like the...
No, they only got 3.
Yeah, good.
But it's, when they're this incompetent, it's pretty hard to get them to actually fire their 3 arrows.
And then the queue is growing and growing and growing.
Yep.
And nobody likes to wait in a queue.
Axe throwing was as it used to be, and I also was in the chieftain hall a bit, and I had my weapon station for a bit. But when we closed for the day, the chief leader is already gone, and nobody wrote on the plan that somebody is responsible for closing the village. And because I'm on axe throwing, and I'm busy all the time, I don't have an opportunity to sneakily check my phone for the time. So I don't know that we are past 6 o'clock, and I'm still dealing with Arabs and this super enthusiastic woman that I think might have been Norwegian, but I just didn't bother to speak Norwegian to her. There were some Norwegians in today, yeah. So, and then she says, oh, I just want to try to throw an axe. I know you are trying to close, but... and I go, oh, we're trying to close. And when she is throwing axes, I kind of sneakily look at my phone and go, okay, 6 minutes past 6. You're not trying to close, you're bloody closed.
Oh, yeah, there were Norwegians there.
I decided to get her to try to land an axe. And she has this fantastic combination of enthusiasm and bloody incompetence that makes that so close to impossible that I probably used another 5 minutes to do that. Yeah. And then I go up to look for Karin and Greg, who are gone. Then I look for Rune, who is gone. And then I basically go, oh, fuck, it's one of those days.
Oh, did Rune leave? I thought maybe he was going to stay and barbecue or something, and that's why you didn't have a ride.
No car.
Oh, he must have been right out the door.
Rune has a car I'm very good at recognizing.
Yeah, because it's your father's car he bought. But yeah, no, because if you left late and he left on time and you didn't...
Yeah. No, Rune probably assumed that I was riding with Greg, and Greg left
because
early,
I was gone. Yeah, my office door was shut and everything.
So, I just had one of those days. So I very, very angrily walked home, listening to probably the dumbest murder in murder history, trying not to accidentally confess to police officers.
No, Greg walked by at 5:20, which is about 40 minutes before closing anyway, and I asked him by anyway. I said, can I get a ride home with you today then, because I got YouTube, etc. And he says, yeah, you can, but I'm going to be leaving at past because I didn't take a lunch. I wasn't able to take a lunch today, so I'll just leave 30 minutes early. I thought, yeah, okay, got an office job. I can't remember what lunch break looks like anyway, but I've got so many hours in the plus. Yeah, I'll go a half an hour early. It'll give me more time to set up and everything. And I still got my link out pretty late anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
But I did get the pictures transferred over that I was going to show those and some more. Anyway, and then I get home and I start doing that and send you a message, and the next thing I get is, oh, fuck! And I'm like, okay, that didn't go well for you. I was watching I got a comment on YouTube. I got comments from the, let's see, from this week.
I met nice both Dutch and Danish people when I was in the Chief Mall.
Oh, that's good, because you're usually, well, you don't like anybody. You're usually particularly hard on the Dutch for some reason.
Yeah, and the Danish. But
And
the
the
problem
Danish,
I
yeah.
have with the Danish, I actually explained to the Danish people. I told them that, because they just kept speaking English. They go, oh, yeah, we're from Denmark, so blah, blah, blah. But I said, yeah, no, very often when I meet Danish people, I just don't speak Norwegian. Because if they pick up that I'm Norwegian, they always go, yeah, but you can snakke norsk.
Bokmål, but you
Yeah.
snakker nynorsk. You speak New Norwegian.
I'm from the extreme west. So my dialect is, I would say, as far from Danish as it is humanly possible to get in Norway. So every time a Danish person says to me, no problem, you speak Norwegian. I speak Norwegian and they go, huh? Huh?
And usually they're too
Can
proud
you
to
see
admit that they
that,
don't
guy?
understand you.
Huh? Smørrebrød?
I can understand them, you flippin' moron.
Yes, but you were
But
Vestby.
I did, yeah, I was,
Vestby is practically a Danish colony.
no, not quite, but nice try there. It's closer to Sweden, and it's only 50 minutes from Sweden.
Just to give an example of how far removed the western part of Norway is from Denmark, is Norway was under Denmark for 400 years. So the Danish decided to go around and name places along the coast, and they come to Flora, and they decide that Flora is so close to Florø, which means the island in Danish. So instead of sailing around the place and find out it's a peninsula, they just declare it to be an island and fucking move on. They have no idea about anything that goes on in the west of Norway for 400 years.
Well, Vestby just means West Town.
Yeah.
So it's nothing but bigger. Anyway,
And funnily enough, it's as far east as you get in Norway, more or less.
pretty much, yeah, it's almost in Sweden.
So it's like it's named by a Swedish person.
Yeah.
Yep, this is about as far west as I can go. Hoody booty boo.
So you got some comments here, Carl. For one, we'll start with Sandy's comment. I'm sorry you had such a rough day, Carl. You could have some licorice. Why not mix the 15% alcohol with the 16.4% licorice from last week? And I do have a picture of what that looked like, by the way. Okay, so your sister's laughing her ass off at you. Torben says, well, if you speak loud enough and throw in some F words and C words, most people should know the meaning of what you are saying. If not, use X. Torben says, this is from my vast experience as head of security at Sogndal Student Bar. Vast, not wast. Stop! Hammer time. Robert says, I hate that when a kid is doing something halfway right and then a parent comes in and tries to show them the right way, which is completely wrong. I do hate that too. And it's just kind of like, let the kid do it. The kid's doing fine.
Yeah, and sometimes the kid is doing everything correct and the parent is trying to help by holding the top of the bow.
Yeah, I only do that when they're real small because
No, but
that's the only way I can keep them to...
if you hold the top of the bow can't release.
No.
So you are making it absolutely impossible for the kid to make the shot.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, I'm talking real small though. The ones that are like holding the arrow, like the bow, and you're like this
Don't
way.
let them shoot them, because they can't actually do it.
No, it depends on the cue, etc. Robert says, I think that coming from watching thumb draw archery and not understanding exactly what they are actually doing with their hands. That comes from, yeah.
Maybe, but there is. This is a conundrum. It's a mystery that it is so bloody consistent
15.
that there has to be a reason for it. But our bows have almost like a pistol grip. It is very obvious
Yeah, it is.
where you grip a bow.
It has a shelf even
Yeah,
that you put your hand
and
underneath.
it has an ergonomical grip that even has like indentation for your thumb. But everybody from the Middle East grabs the bow instead of here where you're supposed to grab it. They grab it
Hi, Carla.
like
Carla.
this far under the point where you're supposed to grab it. And it is not the middle of the bow, it's far below the middle of the bow. And the only thing I can come up with is that there is some kind of popular media in the Middle East, a cartoon or some kind of live action drama of Saladin's Great Adventures or whatever the hell, but they're actually holding bows like that. Because I believe there are some schools of asymmetrical archery in the Far East, and they might be trying to represent that. But it is so incredibly consistent. Everybody from the Middle East, yeah, well, except the Israelis, but yeah, grabs the bow way too low. And it's mind-blowing to me. And it's not like 9 out of 10. It's more like 19 out of 20. It is so extremely rare that they get it right, and it seems so bloody obvious.
Let's see. I mean, after a bad day of work and all, a tall drink might be just the thing you need, says Torben. Maggie says, "Oh, Karl, as an archer marshal for 30 years, I just screamed at your stupid parents, at your stupid parents, and you described them holding the top limb." Yeah. Albert says, "I had an Arab family that got pissed at because I told the sister that she shouldn't touch the arrows while I'm getting the rest. Yeah, no, you got to take the arrows with you. They'll grab them.
Yeah.
And then you get shot in the ass."
No, I absolutely refuse to move forward before every arrow is removed.
Didn't we actually have one person who had an arrow zipped by their head like 5 years ago?
Well,
or maybe even pre-pandemic?
Not 5 years ago. It was me, but it was my own fault.
Okay, yeah.
We have 3 stations of archery, and I like to stand a little bit into the area behind the weapons cabinet, because as long as I am behind their hand like this, they can't shoot directly at me. It's physically impossible.
Yeah.
So I can see the tips of their arrows, and I can see how many arrows they have left, so I know when to go and get them. But I can't really see their backhand. And what happened is that I see a person on the station furthest away from me, overextending. So he's pulling back to the point where the arrow goes off the shelf and is behind the bow.
Yeah.
And instead of yelling, which is what I should have done, I take a step forward, and an arrow kind of flies right past my eyes, because the person at station 1 is shooting at that moment. But that wasn't that person's fault, it was my fault, because I absolutely should not be moving in front of shooters when they are shooting.
No.
So now I'm using my outdoor voice instead of my feet when I see things like that.
But I thought somebody went, I mean, like I said, this could be pre-pandemic, but I thought somebody went to go and pull out the arrows and...
That might have happened, but I think I would have heard about it if it did.
Yeah, you probably would have. Maybe I'm just thinking differently.
This is mind-blowing to me because of the levels of stupidity we work with on a day-to-day basis. But as far as I know, we have only had 1 actual accident on archery.
Really? Which is that? I mean, I don't remember.
It was a Polish guy who overextended the bow. So the arrow falls off the shelf, and when he releases, it hits the bow.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that's a while
And then
ago.
it breaks into splinters. Because what happens when this happens is that the arrow will almost literally explode. And he got splinters into his bow hand, the hand that is holding the bow. And the funny thing was, we are actually kind of prepared for this. We know where the first aid kits are, and as soon as this happens, somebody runs and gets a first aid kit, and we offer it to them. He takes one look at our first aid kit, then he shakes his head, and then he runs out to his car and gets his own first aid kit. And then he sits down by the fire in the middle of the village and actually, honest to God, sews his wounds shut.
Holy crap.
So I'm thinking he is some kind of paramedic. Also, he has a lot more Viking blood than most of us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
But that's the only accident we've had. We have had nobody after. Well, there was one case before the village was started. But there has been nobody after we opened the village that has actually been shot by an arrow. The guy who managed to get shot before the village started, I am not entirely sure how to place the blame here. But basically, one kid was telling another kid that he didn't dare to shoot, and he dared to shoot.
Oops.
When you're standing in front of the target and basically challenging somebody to shoot you, I understand that you get shot, but it's still illegal to shoot you.
Maggie says Karl needs an extra good beers and a nice stick. We call it a marshalling stick. It's for slamming it into the ground to avoid using it on fools. You kind of have one with the rockabilly.
The rockabilly Odin.
Rockabilly Odin.
I
thing.
shouldn't bring that to archery because sometimes my slapping instincts get really strong when I'm on archery.
She said, "Knock it into the ground." Max said, "So my week turned out okay, except on Tuesday I had a migraine." You know, I heard something. Okay, now this is going to be so out there, but I just kind of got to wonder. Okay, we had an eclipse. I know this is you're going to be like, oh. But I couldn't. I saw these posts on Facebook, friends and all. At least 3 of them. One of them writes this thing that says, "Oh, does anybody else have like really weird headaches that just no aspirin could help?" On the day of the eclipse, and then a couple other ones like, "Yeah, no, me too," and then me too, and I'm like,
the only way an eclipse could cause a migraine is if you stare at it.
Maybe that's what they were doing.
Staring into the sun is not generally considered to be a good idea.
Were you staring into the sun, Max?
But
no, it was way before Tuesday, though.
Too much or too little sunlight in these amounts. How long is a bloody eclipse normally?
I think this one was 7 minutes. Maybe
yeah,
less.
that is pretty typical.
Yeah.
So if 7 minutes less sunlight in the day causes you to have a bloody migraine, don't ever move to Gudvangen.
Oh God, no. There's no sunlight here after. Let's see, talking more about the yeah, Robert says, "I'm right with you, Maggie, about the stick. A marshalling stick." Maggie says, "Karl, those are my instincts too, by the way, about to pummeling the kid with it, or the parent, or whatever."
And it's the parents. The kids are not expected to know their butt from the bushes, but the parents should know.
And then Radisby says, "Laugh out loud, that Polish guy is so me. I have stitched up myself up several times. My archery skills aren't that shitty, though. Laugh out loud." I don't know, try a time with Karl, see how it goes. Apparently everybody sucks.
No, I had one guy today who was actually really good. As in better than me. And considering I've been on that station off and on for 9 years, I am pretty good.
Oh, here, I gotta ask you this one too. Okay, PJ says, by the way, I got some great photos of the eclipse. I made filters for my camera. And then Torben says, just ask Esmeralda Weatherwax. Who's Esmeralda Weatherwax?
It's Discworld. It's...
Why does that sound familiar?
Terry Pratchett.
Ah, okay.
You tried...
I didn't read...
You tried to watch Good Omens with me.
Oh, yeah, that was hard. I loved the actors. I wanted to like that so much.
It's so weird, because I like Good Omens. I think it's a pretty good show. But every time we turn it on, Karen
Granny
goes...
Weatherwax is... Oh, he's snuggling me now.
Yep. Because if I want to put her to sleep, Good Omens is the way to do it.
I really wanted to like it because I like the actors and everything. And it looked like it would be so fun, but I just can't. I just couldn't get into it.
Wait a minute. Terry Pratchett
Was he? Yeah,
I might
it's
be
Good Omens.
I might be confusing him with Neil Gaiman, but Terry Pratchett wrote the Discworld series.
Torben says she stared down the sun. Sandy says she loves Good Omens. Yeah.
I might be confusing him with Neil Gaiman for this, but Terry Pratchett wrote the Discworld series. And it's an enormously long... basically, Terry Pratchett is the fantasy, what Douglas Adams is to science fiction.
Yeah.
So it's a parody, but it's a parody that is not a parody. It's kind of hard to explain.
Okay. Maggie says, oh, no, PJ says, I can't stand Good Omens. See, okay, it looks like it's either win or loss. I really wanted to like it. I did. I just couldn't. I try to get in it every time, fall right asleep. Sorry, I'm trying to spit on my yarn and splice it at the same time. By the way, this wool, Aunt Debbie's wool, thank you, Aunt Debbie, that my mom regifted, is really good at splicing. I don't know what this is, but it's amazing. I love this wool. It's Arboga, by the way. So Arboga, now that I'm working on my thumb, I can feel it. It is not a 4-loop stitch, but because one of the loops twists, it's as dense as a 4-loop stitch. Okay. Max, no, there was another arrow thing here for you. Maggie says, this one time, mom and a small child standing on the line. Mom is 3/4 drawn. Kid is half drawn and makes a noise. Mom leans forward of the line in front of the kid's arrow to ask a question. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And to stop photographers to getting in front of archers.
Yeah, the photographers are worst one.
Actually, if we can hire one more guy in UOOs, it should be the photographer wrangler.
Yeah, don't stand in front of because somebody always wants to take a picture and they just...
Somebody
don't always see no situational awareness.
I was a little bit more blunt when I worked at Spangereid than I've been when I've been working for UOOs, because, well, that was 2004, and I started working for UOOs in 2017, so I'm a little bit more professional now. But when I worked
a little bit more professional.
When I worked at Spangereid, I had this woman who twice, a German woman, who twice went in front of her kid to take pictures when he was shooting. So in the end, I just go to her and go, hey, you, follow me. And I take her over to the target area and I show her how deep the arrows go into the really packed hay bales we have. And then I pull it out and it's like this deep.
Yeah.
And then I hold it up to her and I say, how far after it penetrated the camera do you think this thing would have gone into your skull?
Did she get it?
Fuck knows. She's German, so she might not understand the English.
I gotta say, though, that Fjallar's fence building around the thing has helped quite a bit, because they used to, like, walk over on the side of the house that's next to it and sit on the steps there to take pictures, and those things bounce. But even if they aimed incorrectly, it would go right through them.
I'm not particularly afraid of bouncing, because ricochet won't have the power of the original shot.
But it would still hurt.
But the thing is, do you know that this way of shooting, the way of shooting we actually use, is called Mediterranean style? And as a general bloody rule, if your country has a Mediterranean coast, you should have adult supervision when you're on archery. So the ones that feel insulted by this should feel insulted by this, because I mean all of you.
Max says, so I got my Kurutoga KS model 0.3mm mechanical pencil at the mall a few days ago. Oh, you're speaking my kids' language.
You have a mechanical toga?
Mechanical pencil. It's called a Kurutoga KS model. But anyway, my kids like mechanical pencils. I hated those when I was going to school. I thought it was like such a geeky thing when I was in school age. But nowadays, kids are,
Oh, she's so cuddly today.
Yeah, I know, she's very cuddly. She just has to whine a bit first. But anyway, now it's all about, you have one really nice pencil and you just keep changing the lead out. Which is kind of cool.
She's actually making her happy sounds. And that's
She's making happy sounds. But maybe, by the way, there was the question.
And she's facing me, which is also very rare.
There was the question about how I'm holding up without the other cat, the third one. What have you noticed, Mr. Cat Diplomacy?
Well, obviously,
She's the new alpha.
she is the new alpha. That is kind of obvious.
Yeah.
But both of the cats are seeking my attention maybe a little bit more than usual.
I don't have any cats sleeping on me at night anymore. I kind of miss that.
I wouldn't miss it if one of them would move over to you. Because Carla will occasionally fight Fuzzy in my actual face, which is
But
extremely
Zilly knew
annoying.
how to lay on me at nighttime because he would lay here, not.
Oh, every night I still have to wrestle Fuzzy because he wants to be standing on my chest blocking my phone.
Yep.
And that's the one place in the entire house I don't want him to be.
But yeah, did you notice any other?
No, but
I did think that when the first day they kept trying to go out into the hallway to see
yeah,
if the other cat was
they
there.
have been very enthusiastic about getting into the hallway. Carla managed to get in once because she's very narrow and can smash through the door opening even if it is small. So I had to go upstairs and get her twice.
Yeah, I think so.
But I haven't really noticed anything on Fuzzy.
My kids were really concerned about that, so they wanted to keep the towel that the cat had in his cage on the carrier on the day, just in case they needed to smell it, etc. But I still think there was an innate way that they knew something was up, that the cat wasn't well. We didn't know. I mean, we didn't know it was. Cecilia picked up on it pretty quickly when she got here because she had been removed from the cat and then back to the cat, and she sees the difference. But it was so gradual. But the last.
No, it's so hard to say because cats are extremely perceptive.
Yeah.
But they also really suck at communicating with humans.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to say. And when it comes to Carla, who's super vocal and screams about everything all the time, it is hard to notice a difference.
Yeah.
And as far as Fuzzy go, I haven't really noticed anything. One thing.
Yeah.
He has started climbing.
Yeah, I was telling him that earlier. Go ahead.
He doesn't normally do that. That was Silly's.
Zilly was the climber, yeah.
But I have caught Fuzzy going all the way up there, where Silly used to jump and land on my testicles.
We have to make reels of that one of these days.
I have never seen Fuzzy do that before when Silly was here. So that might be a new thing.
Sorry. There's a comment in there. I think you're going to like, oh my God, down rage. I think I need another beer. You're not allowed to have it anymore. I give you the rose stuff. Very interesting hairstyle you have today, Carl.
If I can hold them.
I agree with you, Rudy. This is his rage hair. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. You put your hat on and you slide it around and you just start looking goofy. Carl, you look like a pirate, you did. Hi, Donna, by the way. Sandy says, feeling slightly bad for giggling at Carl's pain of cat jumping on his balls. Why? I'm not. I was laughing so hard. No, we are going to have to make a compilation of that.
It's kind of funny on archery. You can kind of tell somebody's nationality from how they shoot. I don't even have to talk to them. An American, and they are the easiest people to deal with because they do understand the English and they actually care about getting a good result. But if I don't talk to an American and just let them shoot, they will fire all 3 arrows within an area that is about this big, but it's also about 70 centimeters above the target.
Yeah.
Because apparently every American has done archery at camp.
Oh, yeah.
And there the targets are probably further away. So they are compensating for a drop-off that doesn't exist. So if I talk to them, I can get them to put the arrow in the target pretty easily. But if I don't, they'll just shoot as they did in camp. And the arrows will hit this far above the target. Norwegians, and they absolutely old Norwegians are the worst on
We're
this.
picking on everybody today, aren't we?
But they absolutely want to have the arrow on this side of the bow,
Yeah.
which is wrong. And they absolutely want to pull it by pinching the arrow like this.
Yeah, I've seen that, the pinch grip.
Because they are used
Pincer
to
grip.
children's bows. And maybe bows they made themselves when they were kids and running around in the forests without parental supervision. And when you have a bow that has a draw weight of 5 to 10 pounds, it's fine. But if you are dealing with over 25-pound bows, or God forbid, a 70-pound bow, this won't work unless you have the enormous grip strength. But it's not like they're going to listen to you. So a simple solution is to just let them do it their way.
I was just going to say, half the time I just let them do it. The distance is so short. It's just take your 3 shots, move on.
I want the cue to move. So I just let them do it their way because it makes them shoot their 3 arrows.
You can try to correct
But
it.
many times I've seen big, strong Norwegian man with the arrow on the wrong side, with a pinch grip like this, shoot remarkably worse than the 6-year-old English girl next to them who's actually listening to me. Because this gives you an enormously much more power. If you do this and lift your elbow, you can pull with, even if you are a 6-year-old English girl, I guarantee you can pull with more force than a Norwegian, powerfully built Norwegian guy who pulls with the arrow on the wrong side and the pinch grip like this. And I do pretty consistently. And yeah, it's kind of fun to me.
Kaya says, camp is great, but actually it's got the translate thing to it. It says, camp is great, comp are great. Do you want to explain the difference there? Camp and comp?
It's, comp means fight in Norwegian.
But it's spelled like camp with a K, yeah.
Yeah, with a K instead of a C, and you're there.
Yeah.
And great means outstanding in English, and it means okay
Good enough
in Norwegian. So the sentence camp is great, as in our sleepover in the forest was excellent, would in Norwegian be fighting is okay.
There's some more here. A bit about Pratchett and Discworld, etc. Let's see. PJ says, Good Omens was Pratchett with Gaiman, if I remember correctly. Gaiman was the problem here. Okay. And then Robert says, yep, Pratchett was the Discworld. Great analogy, Karl, that you had. PJ says Pratchett was a genius. A lot of people, I mean, I want to like Pratchett. I fall asleep when it gets to be too much in the forest talk.
I love it.
Everybody loves Pratchett.
I've also read all the books.
Rodisby says Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett wrote Good Omens together.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
PJ says I'm rereading Discworld at the books at the moment right now. Maggie says I screamed the line. The arrow thing. I screamed in the line to hold, and then proceeded to lecture them about line safety, and then forced a rule change. Parents do not shoot next to the kids, not in the same line. Safety first. Good point. Might have to try that one actually. Torben says maybe Good Omens can't stand you.
That's for you.
Fine. Robert says Captain Vimes inspired me to go back to uni. Maggie says, oh my goodness, fools with cameras. I've been extremely blunt with them so many times. Yeah, no, fools with cameras. And it's not limited to archery, it's everywhere. Because they have no situational awareness whatsoever. Everything's fine. I'm looking at you through a lens.
Yeah. No, it's...
Karen, maybe you want to show a pic with your hammer. Yes, I do, actually, says Outer. I'm going to show that one Outer has here. Catch up a little bit more here. Yeah, and one of our Ren fairs, says Lindsay, is based on the Robin Hood stories. So they have a daily archery contest in the jousting arena. We did do some archery contests. I hope they're doing some more now, but we have to do them in the evening, though, when we're closed. Robert says Project was describing how he could tell where he was in the city by the feel of the streets through his boots. I realized I could do the same thing when doing security. Lindsay says, but they put the pens for the jousting horses to rest downrange from the targets. Oh, that's not good.
What are you talking about?
The jousting thing. She says, yeah, one of our Ren fairs is based on the Robin Hood stories. So they have a daily archery contest in the jousting arena. But they put the pens for the jousting horses to rest downrange from the targets.
Yeah, no,
That was rearranged within 24 hours.
That's kind of comically bad. But
Maggie
then
says,
again,
oh my God, downrange, I think I need another beer.
but then again, it's not a playground.
Yeah. Radisby says, very interesting hairstyle you had, Karl. Then we fixed you. Donna says you look like a pirate. Not wrong. Maggie says that pinch grip is a valid technique, just not what the Vikings used. And the other side is also the same, but a Viking technique.
You would need some kind of rougher surface on the arrows
Yeah,
for
maybe.
the pinch grip to actually work on a powerful bow. 25 pounds isn't powerful. I've seen some, for some reason, particularly Polish guys, and they are probably like the Norwegians. Their experience with archery is from the bows they made themselves in the forests. But some of them are really big and strong, and they go like this and pull back a 25-pound bow, no problem.
Yeah.
But the hardest bow we have at archery is 75 pounds, or 70 pounds. And
We don't usually let them use that one.
Well, I let people who seem competent use it.
Yeah, the ones that want to get a real taste of what a Viking bow.
I don't
Longbow.
like it because it means that I have to use a lot of elbow grease to pull their arrows back out again.
Yeah,
but,
it does.
if somebody is actually interested and seem competent, I let them use it. But I can't see anybody
Sorry, good comments.
being able to pull this bow with the pinch grip because the arrows are slippery and you don't get enough grip unless you actually squish the arrow to mush. You can't pull it back. You can't hold it against that force.
Radisby says Fuzzy understands that somebody has to take up the testicle attacking mantle now that Zilly is gone. He's not wrong there. Torben says, you're forgetting, Karl. We Norwegians are used to swords heavier than 40 kilograms.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that painting rhino tanks was so boring? I need another gin and tonic. Yeah, at least he's painting his figures. What are you going to...
Who's that?
That's Torben.
Torben is painting a rhino tank?
He's painting a rhino tank. Oh, yeah, I got pictures to show. I got a lot of pictures to show.
Isn't the rhino Astra Militarum? Third Army, Torben?
I have some pictures to show. Donna says, do you give more arrows to people in the off season?
Sometimes, yeah. It depends on the queue.
It depends, yeah, because sometimes you have 15, you give 5 each.
Have I told you about Mr. Literally?
Oh, God. What's this?
I've told you about it. I know
Mr.
about that.
Literally? Okay.
It was this, it was an Arab guy, but an Arab guy who actually kind of understood how to use a bow, so pretty unique. I gave him his arrows, and he shot, and there was no queue. Nobody else was there. So he asks, can I go again? And I say, as I usually say when this situation occurs, is, yeah, of course. All you have to do is to go behind yourself in line, so there is no problem. And then he walks out of archery, walks all the way around to where the queue would normally start, comes back around, and then he starts shooting. And I go, I didn't mean that literally. You can just shoot. There is nobody here. And he goes, yeah, but I am literally. And I go, huh? And then he shoots his 3 arrows. Then he walks out, goes all the way around, comes back again, and shoots 3 arrows again. And I'm going, okay, I have met Mr. Literally, clearly.
My response then is the same as my response now. I think he was so dicking with you.
He might have been.
And then my hat's off to him for doing it.
If he was fucking with me, this was pretty good.
Maggie says, exactly right, Carl. One of the causes of bad techniques is movies, also Mongol bows and testosterone. Speaking of, Roger sent a picture I got to show. Let's see. Around the world, most people's first exposure to bows and arrows is from Hollywood cowboy and Indian movies. Look at the hand position. Now you got to see this because if you know, you know. Where's the middle of that bow? Where's his hand? I mean, you would be holding it here normally, I would think, and then he's got the little pinch grip there. And
yeah, no,
let's tilt this up a bit.
This is like when you collect every mistake you could possibly do. And put
I mean,
it into
his
one
hand
person.
should be under the arrow for one.
Yeah, but his arrow is probably coming up, I guess.
Yeah, but what do you balance it? There's no, you can't even balance it on the crook of your thumb.
Well, you can.
But there's no.
The horse archer way of doing it would be using it on that side, but
yeah, but I mean, because his arrow is just gonna flop back and forth there.
Where his hand is on the string and where his hand is on the bow.
That's what I'm talking about.
He has only one choice, and that's just to shoot upwards, enormously.
Because if he was to put the arrow over his thumb, because for one, his hand is too high up on the bow. So if he was going to rest on his thumb, he'd have to shoot up here, but he's shooting below his hand.
I can't see the whole bow here, but let's assume that
that's the whole bow.
Let's assume that the part that goes through his hand is completely upright at a 180-degree angle. If he takes the arrow and puts it either over his knuckle or over his thumb, he's shooting upwards. He has no other choice.
Lindsay says he could be pulling back and bringing up at the same time. Is that what you think?
I don't see that as possible.
Well, this looks like the bottom of the bow here. See, because the string comes in.
Yeah, we can see the string, so we have an idea of
the anatomy. The top of the bow would be here somewhere.
The anatomy of the bow, and he is doing the inverse Arab, I would say. He is holding it above the point where you're supposed to hold it.
Yes, exactly. Oops, there.
And when he puts his arrow over his thumb, it looks like, because he has it on the wrong side.
Yep.
He will be shooting upwards.
I mean, like one little movement here, and it's just like boing, ding, 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 and the arrow could be.
Boing, dong, dong. Is that the Native American national anthem?
Maybe we shouldn't have started you on 16% after 15 and a. Okay, I gotta show some pictures here. Audra sent some too, and Torben sent some last week. As I wasn't able to show pictures last week, and I even have some from the village, but we might have to do those next week.
Oh, I met a very interesting American boy today, and he was feeling the weight of the sword, and he goes, "Yay, this is really light." And I said, "Yeah, no, people expect them to be much heavier because every time they are using them in movies." They are always doing this. And he says, "Yeah, I know. My mother works in movie fighting, so they're trying to tell the story of the fight. That's why they do that." And I go, "Ooh." Because that's exactly how I explain it.
Yeah.
They are trying to show the story of the fight, so they have to kind of go, bad guy attacks. Good guy defends. Yeah. While in reality, it's just snap, snap. And he goes, "Yeah." So, the people who make movies
come here.
Actually know.
Oh, he's such a good girl. I'm got a good girl. She does snuggly. She loves me. So
now he was the one bright thing today. A really interested customer. So he had me. I was going off. I had gone axe archery, and then I had customer interaction. But when I go off axe archery, I always go and have a cigarette and try to
calm your nerves.
Try to not regret my life choices for having this job. And then I go back out to do customer interaction. But because this guy was so interested, I came back out a little bit early and brought absolutely everything I have in my little arsenal to basically stop and talk to him about every weapon. And he was super enthusiastic. He was like a small version of me and American. and his mother works in movies.
Okay, I'm gonna show us some stuff here. Once upon a time, I made an embroidery. There it starts to go. I did an embroidery of a Thor's hammer. Anyway, I did a couple of these in the shop, and they started selling so fast. Actually, come to think of it, I have one I should have put in the shop a long time ago and forgot.
Put the cork on this, I think.
I think you should. Jesus Christ, Carl's. That's the liquor. 16%. That is not a beer, Carl.
The bear was 15.
I mean, look at the size of my hand.
Just 1% stronger than the bear. And relax, woman.
Yeah, but I gave you the bottle at this point. You had this much last week, and then I got a picture of what that did not go well. And I mean, the last thing I saw you snuggling on the bed with a cat on your face.
Yep.
That's damn, Carl. Maybe you should put. I have to put the cap back on. Okay, so once upon a time, I embroidered Thor's hammers. There it starts to show anyway. And then Audra, figured, because I put him in a frame, but the frame is. Oops, careful, Carl. You're gonna pull out the cord. Here, just a minute. Okay, there we go. I put him in a frame because, and it's a recycled frame usually, because the frame is literally just a packaging. You can do whatever. You can reframe it when you get home, or you can do this. Because originally when I started embroidery, I thought it'd be fun to make patches, but how do you transport it? Anyway, so she put it on something today. Ta-da! Let's see if the detail doesn't show up as well with the. If I go real close, maybe right about there. Anyway, she put on a hood. Yay! The Thor's hammer. And I like the stitching she did around the side too, by the way. Oops, sorry, there we go. So look at you. She made a good use of the Thor's hammer. I was making a bigger one, and I think I was redoing it. I wonder if I have that in my bag. I'm gonna have to check because you remind me, Audra. Like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I made a really big one of the Thor's hammer, and it just kind of sat. And we thought maybe it was because the frame was maybe a little too recycled. It was some plastic IKEA frame, but like I said, the frame is really just the packaging to keep it nice. It's in my backpack here. But then I took it out and we decided to fill it to see if maybe that would help because it kind of sat forever. But you never know. You got to have the right person. No, I thought maybe it was in here, but maybe it's sold. No, it is here. Sorry. So I fixed it, and then I went to bring it into the shop again and put it back in because this was just the blue outline. This is the big one of the one that is done on Outer's there. Outer's is like 4x6. Maybe it's about this. It's this big anyway. So it doesn't have room for these double lines anyway. I can show you on the previous photo. Oh no, yeah. Anyway, actually, I'm looking at it here and showing you here. Anyway, so I went in and I filled it in with all this gold. And then, I hope I did finish it, but I went to go put it back in a frame in the shop. Yeah, I did. And I realized I missed like a little row of stitches here. So then I take it back home again. I'm like, okay, great. And then on the next, wherever we're going to go, I put it in. I fill it back in again. And then I put it back in my little carrying envelope here and completely forgot about it. I think this was 4 months ago. I should probably put it in the shop, huh? The season's almost over. But I do like the way it looks with the gold anyway. But the blue outline is what it was originally, just the blue outline. And because it's on a piece of white felt, I have to back it because it's very see-through otherwise. You can see the threads kind of right through it. But anyway. Audra, you just reminded me I got to put this damn thing back in the shop. L for love. I'm an idiot. Hopefully I mirrored that correctly anyway. I was thinking someone can do this design with the circuit. Yeah, you can. I've got some other ones. This one I wanted to do as well, for example. You can find them online anyway. You just draw it anyway, and then you can trace it onto some water-soluble fusing. This is not water-soluble, but there's a version of this that is, so that when you draw on it and put it on here, everything, you can stitch right through it, and then you dissolve it, or you soak it in water, and then it all kind of goes away. Little tip, though, if you're ever going to do that using this, some of these threads bleed. It depends. So you can either kind of like soak the wool first before you use it and dry it out, but you might change the gauge. Sorry. Or do the outline only and then rinse it or rinse it until the plastic or till the dissolvable one goes away, and then go in once it's all dry, then go in and fill in everything else, because then you don't have to worry, but the blue will bleed into the yellow, etc. You want to buy that hammer too, Audra? Okay, fine, it's yours. Good price just for you. You can have it. You can have it. I've had it too long. You can have it, Audra, because you give me so much. I've got chocolate from you. I've got pink soup on my dress that makes a really pretty, nice little picture now. I've got all this stuff for you. You keep Karl in Bierzici beer. This is for you, Outer, and I promise not to put it in the shop and sell it when you're not looking, because I forgot last time. Just remind me, it is in this envelope in my backpack every flippin' day, and I forgot to take it out. It's yours. Here's another one I forgot to finish. I think this is for your kid, Kaya. I think this is for Tiani and Runa Tobias. It was supposed to be a male and a female sheep, and I was almost done, and I think it's been sitting in there since we were in France. I should not put things in this. This is where things go to die, apparently, this folder. So I'm learning. I'm a horrible person. I gotta finish. I do need to make more sheep pictures, though. I haven't finished all of those. Okay, so then when Karl comes back in, if he hasn't passed out over the rail in the other room, I have to show him some pictures from Torben. I've been savoring them for about a week now. Okay, it's in here. Remember, in here, in this bag in the computer pocket. It's with me every day to the point where it's falling apart. So actually, I know how to fix that. Anyway, Outer, just remind me it's in here, because 4 months later, holy crap. It's not good. Lizzie said, so sad that it's so much to ship from Norway. We totally have snagged. Well, we'll make more. Well, actually, that's not too much to ship because they fit in an envelope, but then you don't want the frame, for example. That frame is just unnecessary. That would look good on a jean jacket, says Don. Yeah, Don, I actually agree with you. I think that would look absolutely wonderful there. I was thinking, oh yeah, we did read that one. Kai says, oh yeah, the Runa Tobias and the Tiani one, they're already 1 year married and I still haven't given them the sheep. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm a horrible person. I have really great dreams. I just don't get them all done to reality. Nikki says, I really want a sheep embroidery. Well, right now, I think it was such a busy season that I actually don't think I have any in the shop right now. Because I barely put any in there this summer and they're gone. But now my kids have gone back to school. We went to visit my mother. This is the last full week we have Viking volunteers in the villages, like overfull. Some are staying off site. And then next week it goes down to about half, and then because school has started in Norway, etc. But school will be starting in September for other countries. So it's getting to be about half and even less that. So I will supposedly have more time on my hands, so I have to catch up on office work. But in the evening, I can either clean my house or I can make sheep. You see where this is going. So hopefully I'll have some more sheep, but the sheep that I make are usually about this big. So anyhow. Okay, Torben says, yeah, shipping from Norway is expensive if you don't know the postman. Torben, says Audra. Okay, Postman Pat now, but anyway, that thing would fit in an envelope. It would just be like a little thicker envelope. Let's see. Yes, madam. Nikki says, just because I want one doesn't mean I need one in my house. I bought a cute little vase last weekend. I don't really have space. I know what you're saying. Okay, Karl, come here. I've got some stuff I need to show you or expose you to from Torben. I love the way that sounds.
Torben exposing it.
You're not walking in a straight line anymore. Did you remember to eat today?
What the fuck do you expect, woman?
He didn't eat. No, okay, because I got you some, what were they called? Pork wings? Barbecue pork wings?
Yep.
It's
the flightless pork.
The flightless pork. Can you plug that in? I can't reach over you with one hand. Okay. Okay, let me get back to the right amount of Torben to go. But anyway, Outer, that's looking beautiful. I can't wait to see it in person. Okay, Outer wants the hammer that didn't sold that I fixed, and then I kept. It's been sitting in that bag for 4 months. Complete. I brought it in. I would finally, finished it off. And then I realized when I was going to put it in the shop that I had it in the frame and everything, and I missed one little row of 8 stitches. So I brought it back home, fixed it, and it's been like 4 months, and it's been sitting in that fucking bag. Done. Anyway, Outer likes it. She's like, I want to buy it. I'm like, Outer, you can have it. You have been getting my Karl drunk. You've been bringing me wine. You've been bringing me, so you can have it. Okay, Torben's got some pictures here I need to catch up on. Yeah, you did see one of yourself. That's what, maybe, I'm not sure how far back. Okay, no, it's August 12th. So you just needed to load. Oh, that's the chicks. Okay, we saw that.
See?
Oh, there's the tank. Okay, we'll show that.
Ready?
This is cute. Okay, so we start with this one here. Okay, combat control. Do you remember seeing this picture? That's what he bought.
Patrol, not control.
I might have read control. He might have typed it. I don't know, but that's what I'm going with. Okay, anyway, but there's a tank. You see the tank?
Okay, yes.
Some people actually paint and put together the things they buy.
Of course, these guys used to be Space Marines.
Yep. And then he said, and she's hooked as well. He got kid number 2 onto it. And I said, she's so cute. And I said, oh yeah, here's the tank. That looks really cool. But far too clean. So, the new bandwagon, he says. Then there's the new chicks. Aren't they cute? Don't let PJ see this. She's going to draw it. It looks so cute. This is about a week ago now, so they're much bigger now, I'm thinking.
Oh.
Yeah. And let's see. He said, looks like meat is back on the menu, boys, with the chick picture. I said to his tank, this looks far too clean. You can't take it seriously unless it has mud and blood spatter. And sent him Dexter. And he sent a thumbs up, and he said, that's why I bought this. Technical typhus corrosion. I love the names of their paints. And then I said, nothing like a little corrosion in the morning. If you can see that there, he's thrown away. Oh, anyway. Then he sends this. And then I send him this one, if you recognize that from Mad Max. The guitar player. Because we all need a heavy metal guitar player on our tanks. And I said, and one of those guys in the front he has to have. Then he sends Dr. Steady Steadya to the emergency room. We got a chick with hip dysplasia in need of replacement, calling Dr. Steady Steadya. What is he trying to fix here? Oh, for maybe. Oh my gosh, that's got to be a lot of work. Oh, yep, no, he fixed it. He fixed it. Oh, Torben, I missed this. How the hell did I miss this one? He fixed it, though. Good job. Oh, no, it doesn't have to be meat on the menu just yet.
Well, at least it's going to be better meat when it is meat.
I'm so sorry. Then we get to the new stuff. Do you recognize what that is? Let's see if I kind of...
It's some kind of...
Look at the ground level he made on there.
It's some kind of Necron, but I don't know exactly which one. It's something you have to shoot twice, wind a bit, and shoot twice again.
Okay. So do you think your guys can handle it? I mean,
Well,
his is painted.
Well, my commandos, maybe. My Rekka boys, certainly.
Head crab, says Max. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think it is a head crab. Then we got, he says it's done. This is, I said, Nick, this one I sent him yesterday. Licorice wins. Not yesterday, but last week. There it is. The cat looks a little upset because you're not reacting. Carl's passed out. I think this is within about 30 minutes of logging out of YouTube. I suspect it's going to look something like that today, but you are not allowed to go to sleep until you eat something. Your head will thank me in the morning. That cat is so flippin' photogenic. That's Fuzzy's brother, or Zilly's brother, by the way. No weight loss on that one. Poor little thing, says Torben, referring to Karl. Then you got some more stuff. Base Death Guard green. What kind of flesh is that? And worth flesh or something? Estonian camo shade or Athson shade. Anyway,
Estonian camo shade.
We're gonna go with that. Ushabiti bone. Red. Actually, we have this one, and I think we have this one. Death Guard green. We have technical blood for the blood god. No, we don't have technical blood for the blood god, but we do have technical blood. But what makes it for the blood god?
Corn.
Okay. And then some sort of flesh here. Screamer pink. That's probably for the girl. Shade Seraphim. Shade is just the type of paint. Seraphim sepia. And Sterling mud. He's got some interesting colors there. We have that one and that one. That's it.
Sturland is a province in Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah?
And apparently their mud is special. I didn't know.
You said the new Nurgle paints are here. Yeah, okay, now I see why you got pink. Very happy little orc.
Oh, that's not an orc.
What is it?
It's, I would say, probably a greater champion of Nurgle.
And then you have Sjödegrön. What's Sjödegrön?
Well, Sjöde, you drove past it. You remember the place
where
you
a place called Sjödegrön. Okay.
You remember the place where you couldn't cross the mountain?
Yeah, that's Sjörde.
Yep.
So Sjödegrön.
Well, it's a very unappealing kind of green.
Okay, and unappealing. All right. So like slime green. 4 legs done, 172 to go. Oh, this is a click. I believe this is what he's working on today. The itsy bitsy spider he's playing. I can't play sound because it'll echo. Oh my god. Did you see all the little spiders in that piece that he just held up? Look at it again. It's quick. Under the plate there. There's babies. There's spiders everywhere. That's a lot of legs, Torben.
If you read Karl Karin novels, it's kind of impressive how afraid Karl Karin is of Necrons.
Max had a good one here. I'm pretty sure that's Shrek with a big-ass tumor hanging from his neck. He could be a Balchinian. Almost, but he's only got one. And he's got another one here. The importance of good notes. Death Guard, Lord Virulence, Tallyman, Rhino, Plague Marines. Smoking a cigarette. Death. It looks like Death is smoking a cigarette, or it could be a smoking gun. Look at his notes. Did you do this at... Well, that's a shopping page, by the way, too. Death Guard, DG wish list. Death Guard wish list. Eventually. Shopping.
But the way you're holding the camera, you're just showing the pictures, not the text.
No, I read the text. Yeah. And here's this. There's this. Oh, he's got the gin and tonic. Do not mix this with this. This is your paint water. This is your gin and tonic. That's the baby project over there. And these are actually really smart. You can actually make this on your own. If you do any painting, I learned this through the Warhammer figure kind of thing, and then started using it with my regular paintings as well. You put like a wet sponge underneath, or a sponge that's just enough water to kind of not cover the sponge. Put like a piece of baking paper on top, and then your paints won't dry out so fast. If you're mixing paint, you can use it like a palette and it won't dry out so quickly. It was quite a smart technique.
I honestly can't say if Torben's gin and tonic is shaken or stirred.
Well, as long as he's not drinking that.
I believe it is shaken.
Really?
So this is a James Bond gin and tonic.
This is a James Bond gin and tonic.
Because when you shake it,
He said I made it a big one tonight. That is a big one.
When you shake it, it becomes grey. If you stir it, it remains clear.
Clearly, your archery stories are getting to him, and he needs to help you. That's a huge one. That's like Betty White size. Number 2, this is fun, he says. And then this one, here's my new general, Jarla Snark, or Snark. I don't know if I'm... It's drunken, drinking, drunk, whatever. Oh, look at that guy.
These guys are hard to kill, but unlike the Necrons, when they go down, they generally stay down.
Yeah. Yep. Gin and tonic is different, says Nikki. I'm super zoomed. There, I got caught up. All right, Carl, what do you think?
Yeah.
Any feedback for Torben? Oops, sorry. We'll put it back over you. There you are.
No, Torben always really good at painting miniatures.
Carl's getting...
Miniatures?
He's a puddle. And then I did have a lot more
Fussy
pictures
has
from
to
the...
snuggle quickly tonight, or I'm out.
I had a lot of little clips from the village. They're just small, but I'll show them next week because that's going to take forever, and I still have not done showing everything. Look what the Latvians brought me. There's a Latvian group in the village. I gave her a sheep, one that I was working on anyway, and it was the background was a bunch of scraps put together, and then the sheep was done on top. And she brings me all of her scraps, all of her leftover pieces of fabric and linen. It's really nice linen too. So oh my god, I'm gonna have so much fun with this.
No, the Latvianians are pretty smart because they keep bribing her, so they kind of stop me from strangling them.
Yeah, this is true actually, because they like to sing and play music next to his tours.
It's not,
they're really good.
I'm not doing tours these days because my voice isn't there. But they're not only singing. They're doing everything that makes noise.
Yeah. She wrapped it up
This
so
morning,
nicely.
when I went into the village, and this was even before 10 o'clock, so there are no tourists to annoy, so they're just doing this specifically to annoy me. I have one guy standing outside the chieftain hall and blowing what very much sounds like an air raid siren on his blowing horn. And then I have another guy down by Extraing answering him. So I kind of feel a need to look at the sky and see if the Stukas are coming.
That's how I used to call my kids for dinner time. I'd blow the blowing horn, and then they would come.
Yeah, but would you go...
Your YouTube is not stuck.
And just keep going?
If they didn't answer, yes, I would. But look, she can bug you all she wants. She gave me her scraps. This is going to be wonderful. I should start
bribery.
It's working. It's working. So she brought me that. And we're at the end of the season. We had Dora. Oh my god, that I got to show actually. Do you remember Dorota and Piotr in the very beginning? The one that does the wood carving in the village, and then Dorota who does the needle binding. Anyway, there's a picture. Oops, I was trying to open my mail. Let's see. There is a picture I have to show. This one. Okay. Now remember how full their tent was? There was stuff everywhere. There was a line down the middle, etc. That's all they got left. I mean, there was like a whole pile here with all these kind of chests and things on it, and a bunch more necklaces. There's like a few over here, and a little bit there, and there was a whole ton hanging in them. I mean, they were all over. It's almost completely empty. They're totally color me impressed, Carl says Robert, by the way. Yeah, I'm a little impressed too. He totally missed his calling as a singer in a school choir. But anyway, look, I miss Greg, says Torben. Yeah. Oh, not a Catholic school. Anyhow, but look, they completely, there's somebody's completely bought them out. They're almost out. And they've mostly just been in Gudvangen this summer. I think they went to one market, but they dropped the other markets because they would lose so many sales just by packing up one day and traveling, and then packing up one day and traveling on the way back. And we've had so many tourists this season that I think they probably would get more customers here than they do at a market. A market
And-
would get some, but if it rains, they won't go to a market. But if it rains here, they come anyway.
And it's a kind of a funny thing with
Good night, Kaya.
Eastern Europeans is that they seem to be able to talk to each other because all of them knows at least one language in common.
Yeah, the Slavic languages can, yeah.
And most of them know like 5 languages. So
It's like the Italians can communicate with the Spanish, etc., but
yeah,
they won't understand
not,
everything.
Not really. The Italians can't communicate with people who are not Italian.
Okay, fine.
Or Eritrean. Ethiopian, I mean.
Yep.
Which is also Eritrean because...
But look, they got all cleaned out anyway. But they only have a few more days left before they head out for the season. Then they've got to be... I told her she needs to be whipping him more so he can make more. Because he's every day working on stuff. And so is she. But they gave me a parting gift. Because she was learning how to spin, and he was trying to make a drop spindle for the first time. So this is actually kind of a big, if you compare it to mine, which is actually not small either, you can see the weight is going to be a big difference. So this is probably better for making a thicker yarn. It will spin much more easily because it's heavy, but most people are looking for something smaller. And so I tried to show her that, no, you can actually do it. So at the beginning of the season, if you have a hook like that, you can do a half hitch knot, and then you can spin.
One thing he kind of should do.
Yeah.
Piotr is mostly a wood carver, and he's a really good wood carver. So he can't really help himself. So every time he has a flat surface of wood, he will carve it.
He carves everything.
So,
all of it.
His chests are basically pieces of art because there was so much carving on them.
There's no negative space.
Could, and this is something that I'm sure he could, because he has the know-how to make a really nice carved chest. But if he just smacked together some plain ones,
well,
and
I think
sold them a little bit cheaper.
I think, yeah, some of them are a little bit plain in there, but I think his intentions is to carve them more when he's here.
Yes.
It has a really good spin to it. The thing spins forever.
My point is that if he just needs more stock, then plain chests is something he would sell.
Yeah. He could, yeah. Well, yeah, he probably could. But this is the example. I mean, there's no negative space. Except, well, here, of course, but anyhow. But, so they gave me that one because I showed her how to spin on it, because she thought, oh, Piotr tried to make one, but it's not very good. I can't get it to work. And I'm like, oh, no, look. And she's like, oh! And so she was so happy. So the piece I spun for her to show her and use as a sample, she gave me that. That was nice. And then this was really sweet, too. She gave me a distaff. He made me a distaff, and there it is. It's got a cat. You're missing it, Carl. It's got a cat. But it's a distaff. I actually don't have a distaff.
I have one of those too.
What the hell are you doing? Carl is not functioning properly. I need to go full mommin' on my Corgan jersey, but spinning is too fun, and I started a new one. We got to get some of that stuff in print, though. Full mommin'. Oh, anyway, it was really cool, but I've never actually tried a distaff before because I don't have one.
I forgot the best part about my...
okay. Tell me.
You remember the story I told about the 2 Arab twins and their father?
Yep.
Their father had a t-shirt. It was kind of hard to read because it's not printed on the t-shirt. It's kind of punched in, so you just see the contours of the letters.
Carl is happy, leave him be.
But his t-shirt said, "Do not disturb."
Yeah. I'm petting the cat.
Yes, you're stroking my pussy.
Look, it's Carl. Oh, it's so cute. I gotta try this though. But yeah, what you do is you card the wool first, and then you can wrap it around this and kind of tie it to it loosely, and then you can pull pieces at a time and hold it in your hand. Whoops. Hold it in your hand as you spin. Maybe I shouldn't be using this after all. Anyway, but
I drink, she gets drunk.
I drink, she gets drunk.
Drunk, actually.
The long one in the middle, Karen, says Sandy. Yes. Not his in the middle, though. Love the distaff. Yeah, it's so cool. So I'm excited to try this anyway, but you gave me that today, Ben, because they're starting to kind of pack up for the season, so I'm excited to try. There's lots of fun stuff. I got pictures to show too, but we'll show them next week because it's going to take too long. We're already at 10 o'clock, so it's been on for 3 hours. Distaff is also used to deal with flax. Yeah, you can take the flax and, well, there's some nice videos on YouTube that might explain it better, but you kind of, after you have it in these kind of like it's like a hank anyway that it's already beaten down or whatever, you got the fiber anyway, and then you get something that kind of looks like it's twisted up on each other, and then you untwist it, and then you spread it out like that, and then you take the distaff and you slowly wrap it around onto the flax onto it, and then use a tablet woven band or something to tie it on there a little bit, and you can also spin that way too, because the flax is a lot looser, I would say, than the wool anyway. The wool is kind of more stuck together to itself, so it's possible, but if you were going to try to hold the flax over your hand and spin like I do that way, it would just be a mess. So with flax, I think you would definitely need a distaff. I'm feeling loved this season though, which is pretty good because I've been stuck in an office most of it. So anyway, don't quit now. We're drunken home. We're drunking here. Or, oh, you could flick it and shout, Wingardium Leviosa. You know what? That's what Greg said to me. That looks like a staff. And then, you know, just like that, Torben says, I miss Greg. And then he comes up with something that Greg said. Oh, I thought it was a wand. And like, yes, Wingardium.
It's calm the cat down. So
it did calm the cat down. Yeah. Oh, look at that snuggly little cat. I wish Torben taxi duty tonight, says Robert. She's holding it the wrong way. You want me to hold it by the pussy? How do you know I'm holding it the wrong way? You know that line, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? It's Steve Martin and John Candy, and Steve Martin says... or they're yelling out the window at a car down the road, or there's a car driving by on the road and yells at him, you're going the wrong way, you're going the wrong way, and both of them are like going the wrong way. Probably drunk. How do they know which way we're going? Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. Or the other one, they wake up in the morning in a hotel room and they had to share a bed, and they go except he says, where's your hand? It's right here. Where's your other hand? Between two pillows. Those aren't pillows. Oh my God, there's so many good lines in that movie. It's pretty. You can't leave now. I am working on the jersey now. Drive here. I got booze. I'll pow the fare.
I can be online for this much longer.
Oh my God. That now almost has to be a long time too. Because if he drinks it too quickly.
But as soon as this is gone, I'm offline.
You know what? Okay. I will show.
Or flatline, maybe.
Maybe flat lines. I gotta make him some of those baby. What are they called? No, they're not. Sticky barbecue pork wings.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the flightless pork.
From the flightless pork. I don't know. It's on sale in the bin. Use it by. Nobody else bought it, so it's going on a date.
It's not that much more stupid than buffalo wings. So.
I did get some more work done on my shawl here. Or I think it's gonna be goes really well with this yarn. I'm loving this shawl, by the way. Okay, so now, there was a little bit more of the balder yarn left. This was the balder yarn. You can see how thick it is. I decided to spiral it with some yarn that's way too thin, so you can see what the two different thicknesses of yarn. What it does, it makes it look like it's big floating turd on there. But so there you go. I spiraled again. We should do spirals next month. That should be kind of fun. But I spiraled it so that I could use up all of it. And now that is it. That's all that's left, is that much of the balder yarn. Unless I find the pile. The green. Okay, yeah, no. Torben's totally loving this now. The green he was talking about, Katniss, as in Katniss, whatever you said, ever something. Yes, that's the Katniss. And I just take it for granted that everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say a Katniss cowl. So a cowl is something that'll go around your neck, like a continued scarf. But a Katniss one has one arm enclosed because exactly it's from the movie, the Katniss. So that would be a Katniss cowl. Or at least a cowl that's shaped a bit like that. And here's the pattern that I was making. This one might be a crocheted one anyway, but I didn't, you can see, it looks cooler like this, but this one was just so, mine was also getting very heavy. It didn't look great. This one would be a nice one, but mine was starting to look like this and it wasn't pretty on me, so. Anyway, but that's what Katniss cowl is, you're very right. It's also known as an envelope shawl. This one is really cool. This one is, it looks needle binding too, but it's herringbone stitch. And I actually used that on Instagram, and can you spot the mistake? And I put the picture of the project that I was working on there, and 1 or 2 people got it, that it was herringbone knitting and not crochet or not needle binding. Okay, but anyway, that was the Katniss cowl. It's an odd shape, yeah. It's like an envelope, but it's kind of got a slimming effect. I don't know, so I was hoping anyway, but I never finished it. But that's what I was using, the green balder yarn for that. And if I can find that, I might still have that. I don't know if I actually ripped it up. I planned on it, so it'll rip easily. Stay on air, 3rd gin and tonic. Fuck you, man. You too are horrible. I cannot wait to see what happens when live at the lecture festival. The 2 of you guys in a room together. Yeah, we did announce though that you're gonna have a lecture during the needle binding festival. Yeah. I think you should have one on Thursday, one on Saturday, one on Sunday in the boat house.
Yeah, no, I can.
You can have it at 2 o'clock while people are. Yeah, I think you should. It'll be really good, and it's gonna be something more deadly than a needle binding needle.
Yeah, I'm not exactly. This isn't. How to murder the Irish tutorial. It's basically an explanation of why the Viking Age is called the Viking Age.
Why the Viking Age is called the Viking Age. Peace
and harmony period of late Carolingian France.
Kind of, maybe I should watch it too. I don't know. Are you going to be drinking anything during this time, or?
Probably not.
Because you can write hours till 6 o'clock, or you can clock out at 2. It's up to you.
When it comes to my guided tour, I could basically do it blind drunk while receiving a hand job, just from muscle memory. But when
Which muscle are we talking about?
But when it comes to the lectures, I need to concentrate a little bit. So I probably shouldn't be blind drunk when I'm doing lecture.
I'm sorry, but muscle memory. I can do it blindfolded while receiving a hand job purely based on muscle memory.
I've done my guided actually thousands of times. So it is.
I need chocolate.
I don't need to think of it while I'm doing it. I can just think of the price of corn in Kazakhstan while I'm doing my guided tour, and I will still do it flawlessly. But when it comes to lectures,
or getting a hand job, says Robert. Try the round one.
I've done my guided tour literally thousands of times, but my lecture I've only done 15, 20 times.
Yeah, maybe.
Something in that neighborhood. So it takes a little bit more effort. And also, I don't have deep wagon tracks as I do with my guided tour. I know exactly what to say, and there is a correct and incorrect way to do it. So every sentence, every cadence is kind of already in my head. But when it comes to the guided tour, I don't really have a set schedule. I just have kind of cliff notes that I'm going to talk about this, and then I'm going to talk about this, and then I'm going to talk about this, and I should under no circumstance talk about this before I talk about this. So it takes a little bit more concentration to actually do.
The picture's in my mind right now. It says, Torben, I need a drink. Robert says, how to encourage people to give a lecture. Torben says, whose hand? And then Nikki says, I'm gonna find some Irish cream to add to my morning coffee here. That's right, she's on the other side of the globe. Red Eastby says, sounds like Karl is speaking from experience. Nikki says, Karen, are you allowed to do that while Karl is guiding? Is it the Viking way? Oh my God. If you ever want the best of Viking Nalbinding, Karen and Karl or whatever, just skip the first 3 hours and watch the last 15 minutes. That's usually when a cat jumps in your crotch or car. Oh my God. I need a tissue over here. I was looking at my pictures to see if there was something I have to show today, but Magda's here, so I took a little video around her shop. The Latvians are here. I don't have enough pictures of the Latvians yet. There's a lot that took pictures of them, but they're not.
There are Latvians everywhere. You can't take a picture without getting a Latvian.
Yeah, when you're in an office and you forget to go out until 5 o'clock and they've already done their 4 hours of vermiddling.
Yeah, that's actually true, because late in the day it's kind of light on the Latvians.
Yeah, well, that's because they start making dinners and stuff, or maybe they're shopping because we're supposed to. Oh, this I can show though today. Let's see. I took a picture with Karl. My mom needs a selfie of you and I, which I forgot to do. Okay, so little Viking tutorial here. Oh, right up my nose. There we go. This is Karl. I made him stand in the picture. Right now, my back is to the hall. Where the lectures will be held after 2 o'clock. This is like an eating area here. The cafe, this little cafe, will actually be serving something for the festival. This is the boathouses. And this side here, let's do that. Right under Karl's Atgeir, that is where the little man cave, or people who can't be asked to listen to Nalbinding, but their significant other dragged them here. That's where Karl will be hiding. It is just, there's no insulation on the walls, etc. We'll bring some sort of a heater in there, but it's not going to keep you very, very warm, so you do want to dress warm. But that's where there's, I don't know how many tables are in there. Yeah, he does look very happy.
It should be fine as long as the doors are closed.
But the funny thing is, when I go to take this picture, so I have something to eventually post in the event group to show. Oh my God, look at this like window thing going on here. Anyway, I go and take a picture going, okay, now I can describe where the boathouse is, and Karl will do his speech there. He's pointing a weapon and everything. Then another person goes up and has a picture taken with him, and another person goes up and has a picture taken with him, because he was standing there with, I think at least 5 people went up and had a picture taken with you.
No, it happens.
After I did that.
And somebody has to start it. But as soon as somebody does, it goes on for a while.
It goes, yeah, but it's cool. Anyway, so you'll be talking about that pointing weapon, among other things. Yeah. Okay, so there was that. Then
and you keep calling it an Atgeir, but
what's it called?
I believe it's an Atgeir, but that's a belief. It's not a certainty.
Okay. So right to Karl's left here is this building. This is it's actually a modern kitchen in there. There's like a barbecue thing there and a long counter where they can have a buffet set up, etc. But there's a modern kitchen back there, and that's the fjordtel comes, and then they will make food, etc. in there to serve for tours and such. They will have some sort of, I don't know, soup or stew or something available on the day, something quite simple. Anyway, so if you don't want to go out of the village to get something to order, that will be available during for a while anyway, during the festival. Normally it's closed at that time of year.
Yeah, otherwise you have Liga's boiled berries lemonade thingy.
Toddy. That, okay, now I see there's the building. Karl's right next to me now. Anyway, that's the building where the kitchen is. This is the really big hall where the reindeer go after they die. There's toilets just down here on the right. But this is where the lectures will be held, if you're wondering how. Yeah, barbecue, and they are barbecuing right now. In the evening, when it's full, they can light up the barbecue there. When on the Saturday evenings, when the village has been full for a week, as long as they keep it clean, etc., they can have their own little gilda or end of the week party. Aren't the Vikings safe in Gudvangen? Not around Karl, they aren't. He's got a big weapon.
What? Why wouldn't they be
They're
safe?
safe in Gudvangen, yeah. Oh, the reindeer, maybe, because there's reindeer skins in here, you'll see soon. Anyway, but in this hall is where the lectures will be. This is a heated hall. The heating is through the floor in Norway, so it's kind of, it's a nice way anyway to not be able to see these big heating systems, but still keep people warm. But it gets so hot in here actually that we have to open up the doors. It can turn into a sauna. So Karl and company will be freezing in the in the boathouse, but you'll see what I mean when I say there's a lot of space. This is the inside, and I thought I made this into a video, but maybe not. But there are all the reindeer pelts. The heated hall. These are, yeah, this is where all the reindeer pelts are filled up in here. You can see there what it looks like when it's set up for the cruise ships, etc. But it'll be in here, for example, is a big projector screen. We'll have something hooked up there so that we have the lectures here. We'll have probably some sort of an audio system since there'll be other people crafting on the sides, etc. But on Friday night, people will be able to go in here, stitch and bitch, teach their courses, etc. if they want to. Everybody can have their own little table. There's plenty of space. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 rows at least of tables anyway, and there's still another row right behind me here. But that's, anyway, you can see there's lots of space, so we're not worried about running out of space. If we actually ran out of space in here, there would definitely be a needle binding festival the next year.
Yeah, no, if you had, what is it, 230 people?
Yeah, that would be amazing. We have a pretty good amount though, actually.
Yeah, but if you get
that we know of.
If you get that many people for a needle binding festival, Toril is going to arrange one every day from now until.
Exactly, yep. Torben says, in the Viking age, what downlights? I only see upside down candles. PJ says, I've got a baby howl hissing on another tab. It sounds so weird over the picture. A seated hall. How to get the candles upside down. Oh, ancient Viking secret, my friend.
No, hydrogen is actually exempt from our rules about authenticity.
Oh, we even got flax hanging in there. I didn't notice that. There's flax hanging. It's getting more and more decorated every year, but this building was opened in 2018 is when we had this one finished.
Well,
the old one after that was the main entrance.
Hydrogen existed before that, but
no, it was built in 2018.
Hydrogen was like the carpentry workshop for the rest of the village.
During the winter, yeah. But no, the village was built in 2016, then opened in 2017. The blacksmith and hydrogen were built in 2018, or opened in 2018.
During the building phase, and the building phase lasted until the end of 2017.
Yeah, but it wasn't this building. It was a long building that used to be there, the old building.
Most of hydrons, well, the structure of hydron was there, but it was a workshop. It wasn't hydron.
No, it was the old one. They just put walls around it. Anyway. I can show you later in some pictures if I can find it. But no, this opened in 2018 with the blacksmith.
It opened,
and the green
yes, but the building itself was already there and in use, but as a carpentry workshop.
Karl and I are going to start fighting now. This doesn't mean we are mad at you. It doesn't mean we're going to break up or anything. It just means we're going to disagree.
No, we are going to divorce and it's all your fault.
Anyhow... oh yeah, here I get a video. Let's see if I can. I don't know why they do all these in like real format. There, you can see going into the hall.
Carla, please stop screaming.
So it's really big. So there's plenty of room to even have your yarn stash on the table on Friday night, for example, if you want to do a yarn swap, for example. You could do that. It's big. I would be surprised if we fill the whole thing up. I mean, that would be a success, like unimaginable proportions anyway.
Yeah, no doubt.
But this is why we're not booking tickets. It's just come. We'll not run out, I'm sure. Floor space, plenty of it. So Friday night we'll be sitting in this hall It'll be like Stitch and Bitch. Somebody might want to continue their courses where it's warmer, depending on the weather earlier in the day. You can bring your yarn and have a yarn swap. If you have modern things like books, this is now where you can sell them. For example, like Marie Landhiel is coming with books, but she can't sell them in the village during opening hours. That will be before 2 o'clock. Unless she kind of did it under the table, but she can sell them in this hall after 2 o'clock because now we're technically closed.
Well, it would be an exaggeration to say it was going to be warm. But you have my little cubby hole next to the smithy. I could make a fire there too.
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
to sit there.
You should absolutely actually do that. I think that is all the pictures I have from the hall. Yeah, those were the ones I took. I was going to eventually use those to post on the event page. Well, these were the. There's my Stutby stitch. See how we're covering Stutby today? There you go. Here's a picture of it. It's in the shop now.
The sound of a smoke break.
That's Stutby. Okay, yeah, I will show it real quick. Let me unplug my phone before Karl throws it halfway across the room. I can show Stutby, and then Karl will probably be getting closer to the end of his licorice, and Torben will be passed out in bear type. And then we should. Then I gotta go and feed Karl. He says, I can read them. I do voice stuff. Oh, they're just talking about the books. That I should read real quick. PJ, when are your books going to bring audio books? Says Nikki. I needlebind too much to read. Robert says the special tomato plants that she grows on her allotment. Torben, that's a little tomato in quote. Yeah. Then Torben says I would have guessed mushrooms, but special tomatoes would work. What the hell? PJ says Nikki I can't afford people to read them. They charge 4-figure amounts. Holy crap. I didn't know that. Boo, she says I wish much wealth upon you and make it reality. I agree. I can read them. I do voice stuff. Actually, he does. Torben, you and PJ, you need to talk. I used to do that with my kid. Now I lose my voice, says Nikki. PJ and Torben are talking. I do ask Karl. No, he does. He does do voiceover stuff. He says I only charge 2-digit amounts of gin and tonics. Yeah, no, you guys have a good setup going. Okay, yeah, no, I do talk to Torben actually. Okay, let's see. I need a yarn because my project is I don't know. I'm gonna. Okay, the color of the month is yellow, but I used up my yellow now. I don't have any more. Let's see if I'm gonna use a 2-ply wool for this. Let's go with a white. Why not? Move Karl's beer. I'm sorry I don't have any Vaseline on the table, but I do have a lid for letterma. Actually, these are really great for painting. I use those to mix my colors on, and then I just throw it away. Okay. You know what? We can show a spiral stitch too. While I'm at it. A spiral start here. Okay, so I have my white. And now I do have to use the brown now because I decided to spiral. These are pretty close in thickness, so I won't have that issue that I have with the other one. Okay, and then I need my needle. Okay, for those here for the needle binding, I'm going to go way to the end of this. Okay, let's start with the white. I don't know, we'll probably start with 5 stitches and assume I need about 10 to go all the way around to make the thing lay flat. It can be adjusted as you go. So half of 10 is 5. That means I need a chain with 5 stitches. So first make your knot with so I put it, that's how I start. You can start any which way you want. And then you hold this out of the way and just forget it exists. And then I like to have I can zoom in a little bit. I like to have the leader yarn go under the loop, but it doesn't really matter. Then I go under everything. Now I have 2 loops. When I pull this through, catch the new one under the old one. Stutby, I need 3.5. Let's see. So I need to do 1 more. Go under everything. Catch the new one under the old ones. That's 3, and I need a half, which is going to be a whole one. So 4 loops in my chain. So now I keep 1 on my thumb and 3 behind. This might be a little bit mess at first, especially to keep order of it, but so for Stutby, I have 1 on my thumb. I need 1, 2 loops behind my thumb, and the third one gets split in half, so it's 2.5. Then go forward, but go over the leader yarn because it has a plaited edge. Try to hold all this shit together. And then this is where it might be a little confusing at first, is trying to straighten out the chain to see where the next one is. But that is old. So there we go. Oop. There. So 1, this is going to be tricky. 2, 3. So 1, 2, and split that 1 in half. So 2.5. Then you go forward and over the leader yarn. After a couple of these, then if you messed up your count as to which one's first and right, you can always just do a little extra and cut away the ugly start. If you lost your order, because that's the hard part, is to keeping order. So 1, 2, and then that's the third one. Split it in 2, so 2.5. Forward and over the leader yarn. I think I made 3 stitches now. 1, 2.5. I see I'm probably going to need more than 10 of these total. Maybe I'll start with 12 or 14. I forgot this had so many loops. So I will probably need more than I would if I was going to do Oslo. I'd use about 8 to 10 maybe. But for this one, since it's so many, now it's getting easier to see the row order. This is your first loop behind your thumb, second loop behind your thumb, and third loop. But you pick it up on that side, not this side. So 1, 2.5, split that 1 in half. Go over the leader yarn. And then I'm not going to pull it tight just yet because I want to stretch the loops into place. My first one can look wonky, but we can just cut it away. Yeah, I might cut that off. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not counting this first bit. Maybe a couple more. 2.5. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so now I got 1 done. Take out my needle or just use a new needle, whatever. Set that aside and do the same thing with the other color. You want to turn the oven on, Karl, so we can get those things baked for you? On 200. 200, yeah. They actually only take like 15 minutes to heat up, so it's pretty quick. Okay. Karl and I buy pre-processed food. So there we go. Now I do the same thing with this one. This one is reclaimed. Well, that's why it's kinked, because it used to be knit. So I'm going to do this a bit quicker now just to get past, because you've already seen me do it. Oops, this is supposed to be plaited edge. One, 2, 3. There we go. I don't think I did a plaited edge on the first part, but it didn't matter. Okay, so 1, 2.5.
Carla, don't.
What did she do? Chase Fuzzy?
Yeah.
Let's see. 1, 2, and
Carla,
split that sucker in 2. There we go. No kink shaming. My yarn is kinky. It's kind of kinky. It just adds texture. Okay, I think that was 3. It's more likely to get knotted, though. It's reclaimed wool. If you have something, if you find something knit with some really beautiful yarn, you can actually just rip it up. If you don't like the item, but you like the yarn, you can rip it up. You can steam the wool and kind of make it go, or and then wrap it so that it dries back into shape and you don't have the kink on there. But I kind of like the texture working with the kinked yarn gives in Oslo stitch, so I just leave it in. But you should still steam the item when it's done, just in case it wasn't, if it's old or whatever, not cleaned properly. Get any dust out of the wool. Okay, how many do I have here now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's about done. There we go. I should probably zoom out just a hair. Okay, then I don't have another needle with me right now, so I'm just going to keep using this one. So now you have them as they would go on your thumb here, but you want them to be a little opposite. So now they're painting this way. I should have mentioned that you're going to need a little more. You're going to need some tail on that yarn, on those chains. But this will do. This is enough tail. So now I'm going to take this tail and run it through the bottom of that chain, and this tail and run it through the bottom, because remember this is upside down now, of this chain, and cinch it together. So just going underneath the bottom of these loops. If you wanted to make a what is it called, a deconstructed round start, you could also get all your start loops in a chain like this and then just take the tail and run it through, and then you have a round start. But because I'm going a spiral, then I'm going to run this tail through that one. Let's see. I have a deft grip on my yarn apparently. And make sure it doesn't flip upside down. So if you kind of turn that upside down, you can see that this is in the right direction, because that's how it would go on your thumb. So, but if you had it this way, it would be wrong. Just make sure you have it right. And then do the same thing with this one. Go underneath all of these loops. Fuzzy's just looking at you like you're on drugs, Carl.
No, it doesn't want to come because the militant little fuckhead is on my lap already.
Something like that. Then we take the white tail, thread it through. So now if I pull these two tails together, I have kind of a round start. I can run them through one more time just to kind of make it a little bit more solid, but for now I'm just going to leave it as is. It's nice to be able to cinch it up afterwards too, because if it loosens up too much, you get like a hole there. But anyway, then let's say I want to continue with the white yarn. I'll put the white yarn back on my needle. Like I said, some will hold 2 needles. Use 2 needles for this to make it easier. Then I start going over this, but I'm going to have to do 2 in each to increase, just like, and then you would do 2 in each on this side, but you're not doing 2 in each all the way around. You have to do 2 in each over this half, and then pick up that one and do 2 in each, or whatever increase you're doing. So take one from there, maybe a little bit bigger bite. 1, 2 and a half. Go over the leader yarn, because you're going to need to increase, but you do half your increases with one yarn and half your increases with the other yarn, and then you've completed your row. Thing that's kind of cool with the spiral project is it seems to work faster. I don't know why, but it just seems to go so much faster. Maybe it's because you're switching yarns all the time. This was F1, if I remember correctly, this stitch. 2 and a half. There. That was a crappy half. That was like a third. There. It's a great way to knit. Let's see, I'll catch the things here. I'm going to have to watch this again. This is really cool. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, we're way at the end, so I'll make sure you're really tired before I show you something new. Maggie's been needle binding for quite some time, too. It's just that I haven't done a spiral start on YouTube in a long time. I need to make a video for that. Technically, I could just go back and make reels out of these, but then they wouldn't be cropped right. And if you're not sure, you can see you've done 2 stitches there. I've done 2 stitches there, 2 stitches in the next loop. Just check it every once in a while. If it starts to wave, then don't increase so much. If it starts to cone, then you need to increase a bit more, or just keep, repeat your increases a bit until you get a flat shape. I'm just kind of winging it, guessing I need about 6, 7 stitches on each side for a total of, say, 14. But I don't actually know. The tension changes with the stitch, and I don't think I did a round start. I've only done 1 round start with the Stutby stitch. Because it's a plaited edge, it's a little tricky to see with this yarn where it is. There it is. 1, 2.5. But Ann Decker's got a really nice thing on her Nalbinding.com that shows you kind of how to increase by eye, or to shape your round circle by eye. Right now my work is severely leaning this way, so I have to increase. And a half. There, if I try to stretch it out a little bit. It's kind of starting to straighten out, but it's still going to need some massive increasing. Ugh, I don't know if I like trying to see this brown. 1, 2.5. Plaited edge. Let's see, I did 1 time, 1 more. And then 2 in this one. It's going to be hard to make sure that you don't catch all this yarn in this loop every time you pull it through, but let's see, 1 more. And I'm at my end loop. 2.5. And there we go. And then kind of stretch it out a little bit to see. Don't worry if it's got like the holes where it's double in there, it's going to be a little bit more open, but you can always weave a yarn through if it still is too loose when you're done. But it's not worth worrying about now. And then you got Karl over there bitching with the cats. Okay, get the white yarn out of the way so it doesn't get picked up. Okay, now this was my end loop. You can get a little bit lost, and then redefine 1, 2, 3 where those loops are, so they're easier to find. Then you can cinch this again if you want to. That's why I haven't cut them yet. Now hold it out of the way, and now you're going to go over the tops of the white, but you're going to still have to increase 2 because we've only gone halfway around a circle. So 1, 2.5, plaited edge. Sorry, Carla, I just smacked her with my needle binding arm. He's trying to do with the cat diplomacy over there because they're both sitting on his lap, so he's really hoping they're going to peacefully coexist. I'm not so sure. Alpha just jumped in. There. So I'll go a couple more with this and then we'll call it good.
This would be nice.
I mean, you can try to count so that you keep track of your number of stitches, but I gotta say, for shaping the circle by eye is I've been doing that for most of the needle binding time now. In the very, very beginning, I would count, but I don't bother anymore. What is going on over there, Carl? One more. 1, 2. What is going on over there, Carl?
Well, I had them both lie down. They're butt to butt, so I can't really see each other. But that freaked out Fuzzy so much that he decides to walk away. And when he walks away, he walks right in front of Carla's face. So Carla can't help herself, so she just gives him a little smack. And now he's in the kitchen feeling bad for himself.
He's drinking some water. He's just getting revved up for round 2. Is he asleep? Yeah, he almost sounds like he is, isn't he? I don't know if that's sleep or passing out, but the boy is going to eat. So he's going to have like some annoying American screaming at him for about, well, until he finishes.
Isn't that my life?
That is your life, yeah. Are you sure you should finish that? You know, it's not going to hurt you to pour it back into the bottle because no one else is going to drink that but you.
Yeah, but then the simple solution is to just drink it.
Oh, God. Yeah, I only count stitches if I'm going to make 2 identical items like mittens or something. Yeah, then I would definitely because the sizing will be different. But it's just so much easier to eyeball it. You just have to make sure after every round you kind of lock your stitches into place so you get an idea of how the true size is. Let's see. So it's still kind of cone-shaped right now, but I haven't locked them into place. So I might not have started with enough stitches, or if I had started with too many stitches and did this, it would start to wave. But I can compensate it by continuing working 2 in every stitch for a little bit longer, if I need to. Okay, I wasn't counting, so I have no idea how many I did. But okay, now if I lock it into place, and then cinch these again, I can stitch them. Once I get kind of past, then I can stitch them through. It'll be a little bit easier. But there you got like an S going now. But you can kind of see how this is going to go. You just have to watch your increases, but you keep increasing as you need around and around. But just remember, this is the whole circle right there. So if you increase every here, you got to do that every one there as well. Because you're instead of increasing all the way around with one color, you're doing half and half. But you can, as long as it lays, well, if you want a flat start, for example, if you want it to be cone-shaped, cone-shaped hats are kind of cool too. But that you just stretch it into place, see how it goes. I think I would actually continue maybe increasing this way a little bit more just to be comfortable. And then maybe I'll go every other. You know, the colors remind me of chocolate and vanilla. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, actually, except for this has got little speckles of orange in it, but it is going to be kind of cool. This is just, I'm just going to make a pouch. Maybe I make a hat. I've got a fuck ton of this yarn. But, yeah, I do kind of like it. It looks like the gauge is working out. So now if you did the same thing with one yarn that is too thick and one yarn is too thin, you'll get something like that. But this is also stitched too, so it'll lay differently. But this is way thicker than this yarn. See there? But yeah, you can kind of, you see how that would work. And then, of course, this hat too. You can see there as well. So how much you're going to have to increase, it all depends on your stitch. This stitch is much looser than this stitch, so I will need more probably for that. More stitches at least around. But spirals are fun. If you need a project to feel like it's going quickly anyway, do a spiral because it just, for some reason it feels like it goes faster, but it's still the same amount of stitches all the way around. So, but there you go. Then I'll keep working on this one because I think we've got at least one more Saturday with this Stutby stitch here. So let's see. I'll flip it around and we can see if Karl's still awake. He's awake. He's awake. He's awake.
No, I've just been doing cat diplomacy while you've been going Stutly under the X.
Stutly under the X. A latte art. It's a latte. You know, this would be a really cool pouch, but I think it might be a fun hat. I'll see. When it's about this big, I have to decide to continue making it bigger as a hat or to just leave it small as a pouch. My patience level is around pouch right now. Let's see what else we're missing on chat here. Oh, battery. If Karl doesn't bump the cord. There. Counting around, Maggie says, counting around other humans sometimes always interrupts. Easier by eye unless you've warned people off with growls. That's another reason, exactly. Because if I try to counter, etc., I'll start counting and I'm thinking, okay, I left off at 5, answer a question, come back going, wait, what?
Yeah.
So it's easier. I just, it's a little, it might be tricky at first to get used to increasing by eye, but it's so worth it to learn it because you don't need to be, it doesn't need to, it's not going to be a big difference if you have a little bit more increases on this side and this side. It would be a big difference if you had a lot of increases on one side than on the other. Then, yeah, but a little bit isn't going to show any difference, so. Look at him over there. Okay, he's finishing. I hope you're almost done now, Torben, with your gin and tonic. Let's see if we miss more. Do you guys speak English or Norwegian at home?
English.
Mostly English, yeah.
No, it's English absolutely all the time now.
Unless I'm recalling a conversation in Norwegian, then it's Norwegian.
She used to speak English to her kids and Norwegian to her cats.
Yeah.
But nowadays we speak English to everything, even the cat that has been grown up with my father and basically just knows Norwegian. But the thing is, cats don't give a fuck. So it doesn't matter which language you give the command that they're going to ignore, because they're going to ignore it anyway.
The cat sits like this, and you're like, no, and it's like, just keeps right on going. No, yeah, but I think I used to speak more Norwegian, but unfortunately, because Gudvangen is so much English-centric due to all the foreign...
and
that, like I said, even the Norwegians are speaking English to each other because we forget. You kind of speak in English because you want the people next to you to also understand what you're saying.
It's a little bit because I'm an arrogant son of a bitch. But also, I always, when I'm talking to people who doesn't have Norwegian as their first language, even though I've been in Norway for a fuckload of time, people like you and Marie.
Yeah.
I have a tendency to speak English just to make sure that everything is understood correctly.
Yeah, but a lot of Norwegians do that. They hear my dialect and they go, my accent, and then they switch automatically. It's a polite thing, too, for some reason.
Your Norwegian and Marie's Norwegian are pretty good.
Yeah.
But
even Norwegian, Marie and I will speak Norwegian to each other every once in a while, but mostly
my English is better. So if I want to convey something, it's more practical for me to do it in English than it is to do it in Norwegian, because some shit might be lost in translation. And it also doesn't really help that I have a Norwegian dialect that is vastly different from what Marie and Karen speaks.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, my boss, for example, we would mostly speak Norwegian to her. She'll speak Norwegian with English people in the room. It's really weird. But because I think some of them are too afraid to correct her and go, hey. But then I'll say something back to her in Norwegian, and she'll be like, that's just what they rock at the ass. I just said that. And I'm like, I know, this is me making sure I understood you correctly. It's I just have to repeat it back. And if you get pissed off at me and said, I just said that, then I'll know I got it right, won't I?
No, the problem is that because she is the boss, a lot of people just go.
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you gotta.
So many times with one of our co-workers that has been with us
English-speaking co-worker that is learning Norwegian.
Jesus wear short pants.
Yeah.
Either Toril or Tuffa. I come and give them an instruction. I want you to do this, and the other thing. And then they go, yes. And then as soon as Toril or Tuffa is gone, they turn to me and go, okay, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, you're supposed to do this, and the other thing.
Yep.
And I go, okay, I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how to do the other thing. Can you help me?
Can you guide a tour in German? Kan du guide en tour på tysk? Yep. What she asked me to do is she wants you to guide a tour in German. I don't speak German. That actually happened.
Yeah, but it wasn't Toril. It was
that was Tufa, I think, or something. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was funny.
It happens.
No, but I do know for the most part I'll speak English, especially if there's because you don't want to speak Norwegian. You don't want someone to feel out. So if you're kind of in like somewhat of a group setting, even if there's a slight chance that the person next to you is half listening, you know, not like at a diner table of people you don't know, but you know, somebody in the room that you know, you want to speak English so that everybody can understand and feel included.
It's
so you do that, but
it's kind of impolite to freeze somebody out.
Yep.
So we used to have this Freeman who complained that people you only speak English around here. Yeah, but there is a reason for that.
Because we have a lot of English-speaking people here.
The purpose of languages is to be understood. And everybody, at least to some decent level, understands English, but not everybody understands Norwegian.
Right.
And this particular Freeman had a version of Norwegian that was complicated even to me.
Oh my God, yeah, that was hard to understand.
So, well, he was a Norwegian American. His family moved from Norway in the 50s.
So he's learning.
So he speaks like people 1950s
did Norwegian.
80 years ago.
Yeah.
So it is very archaic Norwegian. And it's in the dialect. So I perfectly well understand why even, well, the people from the east of Norway, there are two Norwegian languages. You have Norwegian bokmål, and because most of the big cities, Oslo, Trondheim, Bergen, speaks bokmål, and they have enormous population density compared to the rest of Norway. And the people of northern Norway just speaks bokmål with a lot of cursing. Bokmål it's like 80% of Norwegians. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like that.
It's way more than nynorsk anyway.
Yeah, it's much, much bigger. So almost all of the media is in bokmål. So for the people like me who speak nynorsk, understanding bokmål is not a problem because we've heard it so many times.
Mm-hmm.
For them to understand me is a completely different matter.
Yep.
Because you have a lot of dialects in Norway, and mine, which is pretty close to written nynorsk, is just one of them. So they will understand the gist of what I'm saying. Even if they are really stupid, they will understand like 80%.
Yeah.
But the last 20% might be important.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've seen it with me in Sogning, the Sogne dialect, and of course Torben's as well. Yeah. Torben's is one of the harder ones to understand, but we also got the two guys at the gas station, and they'll ask me a question, and sometimes I'll get it, and sometimes I'll be like, okay, no, I thought I got that, but actually I don't think I got every word he said, because his dialect is so thick, or his strand of the Norwegian language is so...
And it is odd even to me, and I'm from the same county. I'm just from out by the sea, and he is from inland.
It would be like someone from extreme northern United States talking to someone from deep south United States.
Yeah, and I think even
You'll get a lot of it, but not all of it.
I think the differences are even bigger than that.
Much bigger. Much bigger because it's different words.
Just to take some examples, so this has to do with Torben's dialect, so basically Indre Sogn. I was talking to some guys that were new in Sogndal, and they are from the east of Norway, so basically her district.
Yeah.
And one sequence, this one actually I was an eyewitness to. They are standing in line at the grocery store and they're buying some small things. And when they come up to the till, the girl in the till says, "Det har vært 16 kroner."
16 kroner, yeah. What the fuck is that? It's like a sheep's worth of kroner?
They are saying the word 17.
Yeah.
In the rest of Norway, that would be 17.
17, yeah.
Not 16.
Yeah.
So they are really confused. And one of them turns to the other one and says, "What the hell is she saying?" And he says, "I don't know. Give her 50 and see if you get anything back."
It works, though.
Another example is one guy who was telling me that he was walking around and then he is watching two old ladies talking to each other.
Another 4 session I see. Yeah, I blame Torben.
And
he says, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
One old
Torben's
lady
fault.
says that she asks her friend, how are you doing? And she says, nei, jeg har så vondt I knitta.
I'm sorry, what? It almost sounds like something else, but
Yeah,
knitte.
that's the point.
But it sounds like almost like
What she is saying, and it's completely understandable
Swap
for
out
people
one
from
letter.
inner song, is that she is having trouble with her knees.
knitte, but if you said
Yeah.
fitta.
But knitta is
Knitted, says Torben, knitted.
is what people in the east of Norway would use for the word clitoris. So it's a weird conversation for two old ladies to have from an eastern Norway perspective.
Oh my God. No, they're definitely playing you. For one, they're laughing. If you read like just the last couple of comments, it was like, okay, gonna be another 4-hour session. There's Torben going goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Lindsay's like walking away for a bit to do the dishes. But if you look a little bit before that, you'll see like, shh, Albert, don't draw attention to it. What is it? Albert says, okay, we are done bowling and you are still going. And she's like, shh, Albert, don't draw attention to it. And then Max is like, I can't believe this. And oh no, but that's something else. And then Torben says, PJ, I've got 2 questions. How do you tag people in this chat? And are you going to the Needle Binding Festival? Yay. And then he says, oh shit, I have a 3rd question. What is the biggest social wasp in Norway?
Social wasp?
Oh, and then it says goodbye, 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 but actually that's the translate thing. It actually says Sauchen Achen Nichen, but that translates to goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. YouTube got that one wrong.
In what fucking language would that be correct?
Yeah, use the symbol in the name to tag people. That's what I did too. PJ, I hope to see you then. Yeah, no, I hope PJ could make it. That would be great. She says if and she's afraid not, but hopefully we'll have it next year too. So
she's afraid now.
That's no, afraid not.
Afraid not. Okay.
Do you remember Adrian Spenlow's little joke?
Yes, I do.
He had 2 pieces of thread, and one says something like, I don't know, ask him a question, and he says no, and he says, I'm afraid not. Anyway, I only remembers the punchline. I'm afraid not. It was like a not. It was so bad. It was like dad levels, but he was so proud of himself. Rest in peace, Adrian Spenlow.
Yeah, no, but he had the way of delivering.
Donna's showing the wine glasses over there. It's only 5 o'clock in New Jersey.
No, Adrian has a way of delivering it that makes even the worst dad joke you could imagine really hilariously funny.
Yeah.
So he
had a very infectious personality, though. A sense of humor. Yeah. He was the skald to the chieftain. Well, I'm still increasing every one, and it kind of wants to nipple on me. So I underestimated the amount of... No, I was gonna say I underestimated the amount of stitches I would need to start. So anyway, continue.
I was talking to a coworker who had a night out with Adrian.
Oh yeah.
And he said, "Don't ever go drinking with that guy."
No, he drank you under the table.
Because it never ever stops.
Nope.
And he said, "No, I was just trying to be polite and drink pretty much when he was drinking, and I was trying to go too hard." But he was actually planning to go home that day, and he ended up staying in the village for 2 more days because one day was just hangover, and the next day was, okay, maybe I should pack my shit and go home.
I didn't know about that one, but it's totally believable too.
Oh yeah, no, it happened.
Oh wow. What is a social wasp? They really want you to answer the wasp question.
Yeah, I'm unsure.
Geitams is the biggest social wasp in Norway. Is this a bee thing?
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. They're just dicking with you and you're eating it up. Nikki says, I was thinking of going to a knitting retreat in Brisbane, but it would be weird if I just sat in Nalbinding. Oh, no, fuck that. I do
Biggest social wasp in Norway is Torbjörn.
Social wasps build hives. Read the chat. It's funny.
I have no idea what we're on about that.
No, I think they know that. I think they're just having a whole conversation to see how long you can continue about this question about languages.
I think they're most likely talking to each other about something you haven't read.
No, do I need to? Get a passport, PJ, says Ready Speed. We need you. Yes, we do, damn it. I promised to wear my
PJ from?
PJ's from England.
Shouldn't be that hard to get a passport then.
No, she probably has one. Oh, there was something about Brexit, though, anyway, as to coming in.
Yeah, but
That's only if you're going to be here over a tourist visa, though, isn't it?
Yes, but we have gone to England for small
and we
things.
had to get a special visa to go over there. Remember,
Yes.
Nella was sitting there going, "Oh, but do you remember you need a new visa for that?" And we're like,
Yes,
minus 1 week. Oh shit! And we had to fill one out immediately. We got it though, and then you're good for like 3 years.
Yes, but unless you have an actual defect in your brain, filling out the application for that visa is super easy.
All right, you got this, PJ, because he's got the defect in his brain.
Yeah, and I could do it, so can you.
No, he couldn't. I had to fill it out for him. We're oppositely smart.
Yes, you did not fill out my visa application, woman.
I had to type it for you. I did. I sat and typed it in.
You had to take a picture of my...
and enter all your shit in there and send it in for you. For you to do it, we would have never got there. I remember nagging. Okay, fine. I'm going to just ride this horse. Mom and Dad are not fighting.
The point is that the visa that you need to go to England, and America for that matter...
That's an ESTA visa now that you need.
...is a fairly simple affair.
The United States just wants to... Well, I don't know. I haven't filled out an American visa for like 3-4 years now.
The Americans have gotten a little bit more mellow than they used to be. I didn't have to answer the question if I've ever conspired to kidnap an American child.
Oh, where in England? Bedfordshire. Okay, yeah.
I haven't.
Oh, Jesus. Torben's been sending some photos. Seriously, if this isn't... Look, he did get to the end of his class, I just have to say. And it looks like Torben did too, so I might actually have to
close
cook...
to the end of the bottle.
Dinner at 11 p.m. Oh my, do not... Put the bottle down, Karl. Okay, let's see. Torben's sending some photos here. This one we saw, but now we go. This is the shit. Nikka coffee gin. Oh my god, I don't know what it is. It's 47%. 47%. Holy fuck, yeah, that's a lot.
It's strong, but...
Produced by the Nikka Whiskey Distilling Company Limited in Japan. Uh-huh. Okay, see, there's another picture here he's got. And Karl is giving his lecture. Yeah? It says Karl is giving his lecture, and there's a picture of that. Looks like the bottom side of a tank.
I don't know what I'm looking at, but it might be a puddle.
I'm pretty sure it's something to do with Warhammer.
Yes, I am with you that far, but I still don't know what I'm looking at.
Number 3 is empty, and this is the one he just sent. And your glass is also empty.
Yeah, and the bottle is practically empty.
Do not touch that. You need it next... Jesus Christ, I'm going to hide that sucker. He's never going to find... We are not buying the licorice one again. Although I deliberately didn't buy the caramel one because I like that one. But my caramel one lasted me flipping forever, though, compared to yours.
I beg to differ. I think we should either have that or sambuca somewhere in the...
Well, Albert sent a photo too. I missed it. Can I show it, Albert? I'm going to just show it. It's so pretty. Let's see. But I don't know who's in the room with him, so I'm just going to show it and not say words. There's one. That's really cool.
Do you think that was Albert's fingers?
It's hard to tell. Is that a man or a woman's fingers? Mine, they might look more feminine than mine. Mine don't look very feminine. Oops, I went the wrong way.
I'd be very surprised if that was Albert's
because I'm zoomed in. It is very pretty. Why can't I make this smaller? Oh, maybe I can only go in that direction. This is the dice set here, too. Those are cool. Oh, he was at the museum. See, we should have gone. But it was closed. We've completely underestimated the Monday thing.
Yes.
That's the Yarmanbu helmet.
Yeah. Your mother comes from America, your kids are running their asses off to catch up with her. And we should have just fucked everything and gone to the museum, right?
But it was closed on Monday. No, we would have gone in the morning, but actually we did. That was before when I was thinking my mom's boat would be around too. But my boat, her boat came in at 10. So cool. So this is the only helmet from Norway. And there's the chainmail. To zoom out, I'm too zoomed in. And the develop. We were at Vinmonopol and we did not see the 750 milliliters. It was horrible. I mean, I could have cried, but we found other beer instead, and now Carl's a puddle. But anyway, yeah. And you still got quite a bit to go through, so. All right, but I do have to, I mean, look at him.
What?
I have to put him to sleep. And no, I have to give him some food so he can sleep. But Nikki got some more done on her project, I see. Oh, no, she's talking about the yarn is typing. She's, look at it, Nikki. And she said, sorry, my yarn is typing. It rolled onto the keyboard and had time to hit the enter key too. It's a big ball of green hand spun. Torben found cold pizza. Brotcher, my nemesis. That was the one that we almost did buy that. That was the other beer in the picture, by the way. The one to the left of it. And that helmet has seen some action. Oh, yeah. Mainly underground action, too. No, but anyway, so obviously I don't think there's anything going on Saturday next week. Barring any, ooh, got bright light. Just trying to log into my work mail to see the calendar. Because barring any weddings or something, event or whatever that I have to be there for, like, I don't know, World Cup football match or whatever, then we should be able to do 7 o'clock next week as well. There we go. The next one would be Saturday the 29th. There are no special groups after 2 o'clock, so we should be able to next Saturday at 7 o'clock. Norway time. Well, anyway, same time as this one. Carl, one more, says Torben. I have a funny feeling the both of you guys will be sleeping in the boathouse during the needle binding festival because you won't be able to get out of it.
It's possible. I can walk around, but I probably won't be willing to walk home. But if a car is going in that direction, anywho,
oh my God!
or if I
28
can bully some freeman into driving me home, I will absolutely do that.
PJ says, blah, 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 blah. A lot of symbols there. My email must have been sold to a scammer database. 28 scam emails in my junk folder. Robert says, ouch, that's a lot, PJ. Are you sure it isn't just Torben? He has had a few. Nikki says, I will be drinking tea with steampunkers next week. And Torben says, Carl, one more, I'll drive. I think I might have read that out of the context. Anyway, no, oh my God, no, my junk mail account is just, I give up. Okay.
I keep getting it directly on SMS.
Carl will be too drunk to bully the freeman.
Straight up call me.
Torben, I only had 3 there. It's always so entertaining at the end. No, we gotta go.
I never get too drunk to bully people. I'm much more likely to bully people when I'm shit-faced than I am when I'm sober.
You know what? There was a conversation in the village. One person was thinking, we like to have everybody over every once in a while so that we can kind of reacquaint with ourselves. Do you think Karin and Karl would like to go? And the other person's like, no. But it wasn't because we didn't like them. It was because we're not very social, actually. This is us being social.
Yeah, but we can be social like normal people.
We can be social like normal people.
It's just that...
But we don't have to drive, you're here. And we don't have to...
Sometimes we have days like today.
Yeah, today was a busy day, and
And my willingness to stay in the Viking village...
It's the perfect social, Maggie gets it.
Talk to people around the fire after dealing with a day like this is absolutely in the negative. I would much rather go home, have a beer, and talk to you guys.
It's more fun. The chat is so entertaining.
I could be in the village and have a bear. And there are some people there that I actually like. But there are also some people that are like barely better than the tourists that almost blew my head off. And drinking with them would cause
Go feed your man.
strangulation. So I try to avoid it.
Say goodbye, Carl. We'll see them next week. They will be here.
Yeah,
Yeah. They don't even have to put underwear on. We won't know.
I know. Are you going to feed me now?
I'm gonna go and feed him now. The oven has been preheating for about an hour.
Yeah, that's right.
Good night. I'm so yeah, some people are getting up. Okay, good morning.
Say
See you next
goodbye
week,
to
same
you too.
time. Bye. And Carl and his pussy. Okay. Adios.